Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well and happy Tuesday to you, everyone. And I hope you've been having a great day and wherever you are. Maybe you just woken up. And for Yogi, it's 8:30 p.m. in London. And I hope you're doing well and ready for a spot of stitching, a little bit of Yogi time, you know. Every day you should block off some Yogi time. With Yogi or without, we have replays that you can watch, okay? But even better, you're live here with Yogi. And today, Tuesday, okay? And this is it, sleep time, okay? And as it says on the title, it's a supersize piece. This is my currently the only supersize piece I've got. And prior to this, I always poo-poo, supersize. I just go, well, why go so large? There's no reason to, regular sizes. They just as beautiful, and they are indeed. But for some reason, when I decided to get this piece, when I checked out from Heaven and Earth, okay, let me just show you the markup first, just in case you haven't seen this piece properly, okay? When I decided to get this piece, I went to Heaven and Earth, and normally I just pick my regular size max color. That's my go-to spec, okay? For some reason, when I was checking out, I was just thinking, well, this piece, for some reason, something about it just says supersized to me. And prior to that, no project, no chart that I've come across that I really wanted to go larger. And this one did it to me. And so I decided to swap my regular size to supersize. Okay, I was quite nervous because I didn't know what to expect. It's pretty large. It's very, very, very big. But you can see why that is. This is a beautiful, beautiful world, a view of this, mysterious, mystique forest at night, and full of beautiful little creatures. And this is just so beautiful, and that tree house really just gorgeous at the back there. And I cannot wait to start stitching the tree house as well with a roof, red roof. But you can see they're just, all these beautiful creatures kind of form a circle from the little red bird. I think it's maybe it's a cardinal. I'm not sure. I'm not well versed with nature. Okay, I know dogs and cats and some frogs. I come across frogs from time to time. You're probably not surprised. Okay, so you've got this red bird, the owl, and the little doggy, the three sleeping creatures at the bottom, the little kitten, and the fox as well. And of course, that little squirrel on the upper right there on the tree, dozing away as well. So everyone is sleeping in sleep time. And so I fell in love with this piece, and I decided to get a supersize version. And let's have a look. My iPad, I have not set it up, seriously. Oh dear, where's my iPad? Let's have a look. Here. Let me show you the full version, okay? Where is it? Where's my iPad view? Seriously, okay, here we go. Oh, there it is. Yes, so my chart here, okay, I started from upper right side because I really wanted to get to the little squirrel quicker. And so I decided to go from upper right, and I started this piece in the beginning of the year. So this piece really represents 2026 for me. We did a New Year marathon, didn't we? So I started this piece. So it's been, 6-7 months, and this is where I am, okay? And as this is a supersize, I just want to show you how big it actually is. So the width, have a look at upper left there, 999, which is maximum for the charting software, okay? It's stretched it to the limit, 999. And by 713 stitches, which is also really, really large. Normally, regular size, that would be the width of a typical regular size. but this is the height of this piece. So it's very big, very big. Okay, and in terms of progress, let's have a look. Guys, currently just slightly under 1%. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know how many stitches it takes to get over. So it's currently 0.97. So for the 0.3 percent, who knows? Maybe today I'm going to go over. I don't know. I'm hopeful. Okay, and the number of colors, just one color short of 240. It's 239 colors, so it's max of the max of the max. And I'm going to start a sprint here. Here we go. And this is a counter. It's going to capture the number of stitches I'm doing today. Last session, I did pretty well, didn't I? If you were here, I think Yomari had a visit, you know, a last session here. So I did pretty well. I did over 300 something, which is quite remarkable. So, but one stitch at a time. It's about the joy. The quality of the stitches, not a quantity, as you know by now with Yogi stitching. And it's about the joy. If I don't enjoy, I don't care if I do 1,000 a day. I'm not going to enjoy it. So it's the pieces I'm really in love with, and I'm going to enjoy every single stitch. And of course, before we do anything, I want to say hello to all of you and thank you for joining me today. And our top three stitchers, the first to report to the chat is our Rajal. Yes, once again, Rajal. And Rajal says, hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday stitching. Indeed, happy everyday stitching. And Daria as well. And Daria says, hello, Yogi and Stitchy friends. Happy Stitchy Day. I'm working on Mini Summer Room. I think I know that piece. Is it Cherry... what's his name? I forgot to introduce the artist's name as well, Ciro Marchetti. Yes, of course, this is a masterpiece from Ciro Marchetti. Okay, and I think Summer Room is from Ciro Marchetti as well. So we are synchronizing. We're having a Ciro Marchetti bingo right here. And Alisa is here as well. Welcome. Alisa says, hello, everyone. I'm so shopping for fabric right now. How exciting. Shopping for craft, shopping for stitching is always exciting. And so I hope you're having a good time. And Wendy is also here as well. Wendy says, good morning. Oh, might as well read it. Wendy says, good morning from Australia. Good morning, Australia. And she says, I had myself a mini marathon. Been stitching Dear Moon since 8 p.m. till this morning. What? 5:30 a.m. Oh, this is morning now, isn't it? So Wendy's been stitching since last night without sleep time. Wendy, sleep timeless. Well, that's not a mini marathon, Wendy. That's a full marathon. That's nearly 10 hours. And Wendy's probably still going. Amazing. Wendy's fully ready. I know Wendy's preparing, doing a training for our marathon this Saturday. Okay, guys, if you don't know already, this coming Saturday, 25th, July, we're doing a Christmas in July marathon, okay, to celebrate the early Christmas. Christmas in July is for winners, okay? If I ever said any otherwise, I was lying, okay? Busy Mom, hello, Busy Mom, reporting from Work Club. Great to see you. And Andreas is here as well. Andreas says, hello, everyone. Currently listening from work. Started a new whip last night. Amazing. And when you start a new project, your mind, you just keep thinking about it, don't you? If you have to go to work, your mind is just constantly there. You want to go back and work on it. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. And I will come back to the chat and very, very soon. But I just want to start stitching, okay? And so I can go through your comments one by one. I don't want to miss anything. So this is where I'm going to focus today, okay? This is the squirrel zone. So this is the tail of that beautiful little sleepy squirrel here. But I'm going to park here for now because I really want to fill in this background so I can move forward feeling a little bit better, because I kind of skip forward and have not stitched the background. And it's got really beautiful blues for the background. So I really enjoy stitching this midnight blue colors. And so this is where I'm going to finish, sort of focus today. And in terms of the way I'm stitching, if I remember correctly, I think I was doing the blue suit style parking. Okay, essentially it's just parking, but you know, maybe ending the thread in a specific style, and that follows the blue suit stitch showroom method, which I'm really fond of right now. So I'm in a mood for a little bit of that. So this is where I'm going to start. Okay, guys, and let me know what you're working on today. And I hope you're enjoying whatever your project that you're working on. So today, anything goes, with full coverage, non-full coverage. I just want to know what you're doing today. So let's have a little look. And I am going to start here. That makes sense. This is 25 count even weave, and I'm stitching. Oh, this is a very friendly area. Guys, have a look. Let me bring on the work mode here. Okay, can you see? I think this might be, oh, not 310, 939, 939. So it's quite dark. It's probably blue. And it's a very warm, nice warm up space to ease into the session. Yeah, so it's a 25 count even weave, and I'm stitching with DMC 1/1 full cross, no problem there. All right, let's have a look. And we have Michelle joining us, and Suzanne as well. Great to see you. Suzanne has been streaming like a fiend recently. Okay, so guys, go join Suzanne. She streams, I think she streams daily, doesn't she? A lot more frequent than Yogi nowadays, but things are going to change a little bit. Okay, I'm gradually removing evening classes, and hopefully in a few weeks' time, maybe a couple of weeks' time, things timetable will change. And and we have Sherry as well, and Grace as well. Oh, hang on. I missed a few people. I have not, forgotten you guys at all. We have Mischief. Miss Mischief says, everyone, hope everybody's doing good because we're cross stitching. Exactly. If we're here stitching, we are good, aren't we? So, and Susan as well. Hello, Susan. Yes, I have to check in with Susan. If Susan's not here, I'm going to send out a search party. Okay. So let me just pick my color here. 939. 939. Starting with midnight blue. And let's have a look. So I'm looking to rearrange my timetable, okay, and so I can free up the evenings and get to stitch with you more consistently, because you know the on and off, kind of working for a little bit, but I think I'm a lot happier when I'm teaching only during the day. So, you know, with the evening, I can just relax and do some stitching here. And so I'm going to start here. Why don't I zoom in a little bit so you can see a lot better? So this area, can you see the number of stitches here? You know, it's a little bit deceiving with supersized, because supersized, people tend to think it's probably trickier to stitch. That's what I thought as well, because it's just more stitches. But if you think about the number of colors for supersize, it's pretty much the same as the regular size. So basically, same number of colors, but in a larger area. So you probably end up with less ninja stitches. That's the theory. It probably varies from chart to chart. But supersize with this piece, to be honest, there are some, oh, let me find my scissors here. There are some pretty confetti areas, like the tree area on the right here. When I was stitching here, it's pretty brutal, but the background for the night, the backdrop so far has been relatively friendly. You know, not too bad so far. So it really varies. It really varies. So let me start from here. And Suki is here as well. Hello. And Grace Houston, waving with two hands. And Janine is here right on time. Janine's probably at work, reporting from work club. Great to see you. And Sherry is here as well. Hello, hello. Sherry's reporting from work club as well and listening. Yes, we have a lot of stitchers. They just listen to us when they're either at work or doing other things they have to get on with. And because, you know, different time zone and different timetables, that means not everybody can be lucky enough to be here at the same time stitching with Yogi and all the stitchers. So, but it's always nice to hear from you, whatever you're doing. Let me just mark as I go. Love Drunk, hello, good evening. And of course, Michelle reporting from work club as well. And Sana is also here. Hello, Sana. And Mandy Moran says hi to everyone. Maddie Stitches. Oh, hi, Maddie. It's been a little bit. And yes, indeed. Maddie says, I haven't stitched in about 3 months. What? Maddie, what is happening with you? What happened? I hope everything's okay. 3 months. Oh, what happened? And but you're here, so are you stitching today? I hope you know, you are stitching with us as well. And Lucy, hello Lucy, darling. Lucy says, hello everyone, Yogi, this piece is amazing, isn't it, Lucy? I know. Have you started your seaside festive yes, festive seaside? I should know. This is so beautiful pattern. I always call it festive seashore for some reason. And yes, this piece is beautiful, isn't it? And so far, only this pattern is really, you know, like just screaming supersized to me. I have no idea what that is. I just follow my instinct. I follow the pattern. If it wants to be a mini, it's a mini. If it wants to be supersized, then I go with it. And Mandy says he's been working on breadwork orders. What is it? Oh, beadwork orders, not breadwork. I thought Maddie's been baking. And Maddie's cleaning out the craft room as well. Yeah, sometimes it's nice to do a little bit of a house cleaning, you know, just reorganization. I've been talking about it for ages, but recently it's really just impossible. Time is not on my side. So I have not done the reorganization of my craft room. It's long overdue. I probably have tons and tons of goodies buried in the drawers and bags and stuff. And I really need to dig them out. Oh, this is really nice start. And Guy Lane is here as well. Hello, Guy Lane. And Elisa says, my friend is shopping for fabric right now. Oh, I thought you were shopping for fabric. Or maybe you're shopping with your friend. Who knows? Mandy says, this piece is coming on nicely. I know, one bit at a time, because there were times I really wanted to just, you know, skip forward and get to the squirrel. And now I reach the squirrel zone. I'm a little bit more settled. And, you know, I can dip in and out of the squirrel zone from time to time. Because it's a very different color group. So it will be nice to do that, you know, stitch some brown colors sometimes. But today I'm in a midnight background mood. These blues are so beautiful, and I'm gonna just clear up, do some weeding, okay, with this method, because I'm ending with just a tail. From time to time you have to do the weeding. And Suzanne says, I'm going to work on my Painting Fairy printed kit. Took out my Halloween kitty. Oh, very nice. Yes, I know Suzanne is a big fan of Painting Fairy. I think I probably found out a lot about Painting Fairies through Suzanne, because Suzanne has been following the channel for ages. You know, we used to stitch every day when I was able to stream every day. And, you know, when we talk about different companies, etc., I knew nothing about Painting Fairy. I probably found out through Suzanne. Lefty Gemini, hello. Lefty is definitely grinning, you know, very happy, and so great to see you. And Susan is working on William at Christmas. Yes, you know, we're officially kicking off the summer Christmas cooking. Summer Christmas cooking? No, summer Christmas stitching. Dear, oh dear, maybe Christmas cooking as well. We can start baking, you know, maybe start making Christmas pudding. Because Christmas pudding, you have to age the pudding. Can you age Christmas pudding for 6 months? I wonder. Because Christmas pudding, just in case you don't know, I thought the whole world was eating Christmas pudding. I only found out last year that it was only eaten by maybe people in this country. I had no idea. So, but I think Christmas pudding, you tend to make the puddings maybe weeks before or even months before, and just leave them to age. Where? I don't know. Maybe it's just somewhere cool, and just like wine, just leave them to age. And by Christmas, you know, it's gonna taste like, I don't know. Sort of aged Christmas pudding. Do not ask me. I've never made it before. My responsibility is in eating. Okay. Maddie says I'm working on nothing today, but do plan on working on Fierce Beauty Mini this coming week. Haven't stitched for 3 months. Has it been 3 months since we talked about the project? Because you were so excited about, you know, your stitching every time. Every time Maddie came to the chat, she's always reporting how many stitches she has done, and is normally a lot. And I cannot believe you had not stitching for 3 months. It's okay. Sometimes, you know, we just need a little pause, maybe other things, you know, take over. It's fine. You know, whenever you find the inspiration and motivation to stitch, and it will come back because you love it. So eventually that passion is going to come back. Maddie says, every time I go to the craft room closet for home school books. Oh, is that why you're not stitching? Because you're so busy doing other things? Right, yes. I think Maddie says every time she goes to the craft room, she kind of asking herself, are you going to stitch again? It's the Stitcher's Guild, isn't it? Just like yoga. There is such a thing as yogi, yogi's guild trip. If you don't practice for a reason, for a day, you know, for a little bit, and you start to suffer from guilt trips, which is what I think stitchers suffer from that as well, because we know how much we love it. So when we don't do it, there's a sense of what is going on? What is going on with me? Why don't I want to stitch? Grace is working on garden bookshelf this week. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's a beautiful piece. That's a beautiful piece. And Amy Stewart's got another new chart that's book-based as well, isn't it? Like a bookshelf of children's book or something like that. It's very colourful. Colleen, hello. Colleen says I'm working on Red by Katarina, retired from Charting Creations. Very nice. Would love to see what it looks like. Guy Lane's working on Mini Winter Cookie Party by Amy Stewart. I know that piece. It's really sweet. It's got slight, I wouldn't say Christmas, but it's got a slight sort of festive theme going on there, because it's got like gingerbread man as well. So it's kind of Christmassy, isn't it? I love stitching food. I love stitching food. Probably more than eating sometimes. Janine says, I'm working on Magical Mythology by Rose Khan. Oh, Rose Khan is she the one that did Six Portals? Is that the same artist? And is that a new project, Janine? Ever-growing number. And best friends, hello. And best friends, if you're new to us, welcome. Welcome. And my chat is, oh, it's not renewing here. Let me have a look. Let me just refresh my screen here. I don't know why it's my little chat here is not working. I've got two chat screens. One I can highlight and stuff like that. That one is broken, but the other one I can still see it. So don't worry. It's just that I can't highlight anything if I don't fix it. Let me just fix it quickly. Here we go. Yes. If you're new to us, best friend. Is it best friend? Oh, I lost my chat here. Yes. Welcome, best friend. I think this bit I can probably zoom in even more. How's that? I love sort of stitch with me or that type of content when I can see the stitches really, really clearly. I want to see every single strand. And that's why we're streaming 4K. So if you're watching on big screens or even small screens, you can see every bit, every single thread. I love this piece. I just feel so content when I'm stitching this piece. Doesn't matter which part I'm stitching. Rose, hello Rose. Great to see you. And Amanda is here in the chat as well. Hello. And Rose is reporting from work club. And Busy Mom says, later tonight I'll be working on Block Party, charted by Stitches So Beautiful. Oh, yes. I know Busy Mom is a great fan of Stitches So Beautiful. Mandy says, I'm working on Christmas in our town. Oh, so that's the name of the chart. Christmas in our town. Max size, max color from Stitches So Beautiful. So max size for Stitches So Beautiful, how big are they? Because the larger, well, the Vibrant Fusion I've got that I'm aware, as far as I'm aware of, it's the largest version of that chart, and it's 600 by 600. Do they do anything as big as Supersized Hate, charts? It probably varies with the charts. I see some charts, work quite well small, but some of them really, you just need the size for the design to come through clearly. It's just the way it is. So maybe it doesn't have to be a fixed size, right? You just chart according to the artwork. Okay, let me cut this bit off. Have I done this one? Hang on. I think I haven't. I should mark this one as well. Oh, Maddie says, I started doing custom orders for bead work. It took up most of my free time. What does that involve? Is it like a business, like a new career? What's the custom orders for bead work? Jojo, hello Jojo. Jojo says, hello all. Rush to finish grocery shopping in time for stitching and for colored kale. Jojo, go back to grab some kale. Oh, you need kale in your life, okay, Janine. Janine should maybe Janine can go to Walmart on the way home and grab some kale as well. Lucy says, I have not started my festive seaside because I wanted to buy it in a kit. After you mentioned the kit to me, I would like the kit for my first official cross-stitch piece. So they do kit up for stitches, do they? Because I wasn't so sure. I thought I heard someone buying kitted up version from Stitches So Beautiful. Can someone confirm? Have you ordered it? Can you confirm they actually do it? I was under the impression they kit up for stitches, but I'm not super sure. Busy Mom should know. Busy Mom's very familiar with Stitches So Beautiful. It would be wonderful, isn't it? Because particularly for new stitchers, in the very beginning, when you know, they probably don't have a full set of DMC or anything like that, and also maybe don't know where to get a fabric. It's so nice if a company can kit up for them. And I think Pain-Free Craft, they definitely do it. And maybe Artisy, do they kit up for stitches? Oh, Mandy says mine is 765 500 150 colors. So we're talking about Stitches So Beautiful. So they do go wider than 600. So they probably don't do like a hard stop or a fixed range for max was for supersize. They don't call it supersize, they call it large, don't they? Stitches So Beautiful. So, and I like the idea they don't try to force, you know, any artwork into a certain size, kind of turn into a formula. They just chart them according to the best outcome, I think. Grace says, Yogi, you'll probably find missing threads by clearing out my room. I know, I'm hoping, but I don't know for sure because, you know, the fact that I haven't come across them, having looked most, you know, most places, that's most likely for my threads. I would love to have those threads back, you know, number 19, come back to me. Yes, Maggie, you can lurk or you won't. Jojo says, Yogi, I love the bright colors in this piece. I know this color is just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. The green and, well, the dominant colors, there's three. There's blue, there's red, there's green, and all the shades in between. It's just so beautiful. And I hope Ciro Marchetti will continue to make pieces like this. You know, in this style. I just love it. And Jojo's working on Disney Puppy Love piece. Ace, hello Ace. And Clara as well. Hello, Clara. Best friend says, my youngest convinced me to start a new cross-stitch for him based off one of his favorite video games. Which one? Best friends, we are gamers here. We have a lot of gamer, well, some probably not. Some probably go, oh, not the games again. But a lot of us are gamers as well. I'd love to know which one you're working for your son, or your child. I don't know if it's a boy or girl. Oh, his. Okay, your son. And Heather says, hello, happy Tuesday. Late for the class, Heather. Yes. It's late, better late than never. Yes, great to see you, Heather. And Natty is here as well. And Natty says, I'm working on Neko Hotel. Oh, that's the one with cats or something. It's quite anime kind of style. I remember that piece. And Natty says, just switch projects, was doing treasure hunt bookshop, 500 stitches, the Hay Sal, 200 stitches. Oh my God. Very disciplined, Natty, cycling through different projects. Yes, sometimes you have to do homework with the Sal. We are only in July, but who knows? I mean, you know, time flies. Before you know it, it's December. All right, I am going to mark this one. I want to do this way of ending, actually. I'm just really enjoying doing this. I could have just done a tuck-in, but I just want to do this for a change. All right, I'm going to continue with this color, 939. Janine says Rose Candid 6 Portal, which I don't have, and Dragon Race Into the Night. Dragon Race is by the same artist as well. That piece looks very different though, in terms of style. Dragon Race, I've seen, it's very fantasy based. And the style is very different from 6 Portal. That's very interesting. Best friend says, semi-new, do not get to watch the live as much as I want. But don't worry, best friends, we have replays. A lot of our stitches, they're, you know, for whatever reason, the timetable or time zone, they can't, you know, be here very often with a live. We have replay. We have replays. Let's have a look. How come this one? Oh, there are a few stitches here I have not marked. Or have I just stitched in the wrong place? I think I probably have. I think, let me start from the right side here to be safe. Oh, we have a doggy in the next door somewhere. Recently, the little doggy has been barking quite a lot, which is unusual for London houses because most people are very mindful about, oh dear, what is going on there? I think we have foxes as well screaming. It's all kicking off here where I live. It's unusual to hear dogs barking in a London neighborhood. Because outside, I'm basically sitting facing a window, big window in front of me, and the window is slightly open, so you can hear everything going on the outside. All the creatures, you know, we have squirrels, cats, and you can hear the dogs, and foxes, all sorts of things going on there. Alison, hello. Alison says, good evening, everyone working on Rainbow Flower Peacock. I saw your mock-up. It's very pretty. Very pretty. It's a peacock. Yes, it's a new one, isn't it? Alison says, my fingers slipped and ordered 2 new Haid and 3 new patterns from Etsy. Of course, it's not you, Alison, it's the fingers. Blame the fingers. Yeah, sometimes they get slightly slippery and just press the button and just, you know, things just fall into the baskets. I know, we've all suffer from that phenomena. We've all experienced that. It's not you, okay? Do not worry. I'd love to know what you bought. Chrissy, hello. Chrissy with her new name, Chrissy, the true crime junkie. And we are not just gamers, we're true crime junkie as well. I'm one of them. And Chrissy says, hello everyone, I have a new start today. And also from Rose Catherine Khan. Oh, so that's the full name. She's popular today. She says magical. The title is Magical Mythology. I thought someone would mention that. Is that the same piece Janine is doing as well? Is that the title for, is that the same piece Janine's doing? Oh, you are having a whip bingo here. That's Janine, right? Wow. Oh, yes, it is the same piece as Janine. Colin says, I put a post in the group so you can see what it looks like. Oh, the one you're stitching for your son, is it? The game themed. Yeah, we can have a look. I can't see it now yet. We will go back to it. We will have a look. I'm curious to see which game that you're doing. Yes, Lucy, look up Stitch is So Beautiful. I'm not 100% sure they do kidding. I think they do. I'm pretty sure someone probably had bought from them. Busy Mom says, I'm not sure Stitch is So Beautiful does kids. I only buy PDFs. But Stitch is So Beautiful started selling Saga files. Yes, so I haven't looked into their Saga arrangement. Do you have to pick one or the other, or do they give you both? Because sometimes it's handy to have PDF as well. But I think that's a very good move. Because a lot of stitchers, they transition to Saga, and they're always worried about compatibility of charts. So that's very helpful, very helpful. Heather says, do you have a dog? No, it's from the neighborhood. But I think it's next door. And you know, Heather, it's ironic, okay? I always believe, there's such a thing as karma. I don't know whether you guys believe in. Because if someone is kind of not very nice to you or not friendly for whatever reason, or being a little bit mean, I always think, well, I'm worried about them more than anything, because I think if you are putting out negative energy, a lot of times things are going to come back to you in some way. Maybe not the most obvious way. Okay, so my next door neighbor, okay, let me keep it quiet, okay? My next door neighbor, remember, over the winter, we had a lot of visits from Lily. Okay, Lily's on a adventure right now, and hopefully he's gonna come back. When it gets colder. So when Lily was here, you heard Lily kind of crying, trying to get into the house at that time. I was struggling whether to let him in or not. Remember that period? And so Lily would come to the window, come to the door, every single day, multiple times a day, and make noises, asking to come in. Remember that period? And my next door neighbor, I believe, they've got a new dog, okay? So back in the winter, when Lily was making a lot of, meowing sound, she would text me in a not the most friendly manner. She was saying, can you control the cat's meowing? Basically, essentially telling me to, police cats from meowing. And I explained to her, well, Lily, first of all, she's not really my cat. And also, she's a feral. He's a feral. He meows when he wants. And I explained the tricky situation that Lily wanted to come in, but I wasn't able to offer Lily a home at that point, and she was just complaining to me, asking me to do something about it, knowing that Lily wasn't my cat, and also feral cats, stray cats, they want to do whatever they want. If they want to meow all day long, there's nothing I can stop it. I don't know how to do, stop a cat from meowing. And lo and behold, within months, she's got a very talkative doggy. I think she's probably feeling, oh dear, I hope the neighbors don't complain. There you go. Karma works in a very strange way. I hope the dog is, happy and safe. I just think that people have no compassion. They're probably not very nice to animals anyway. So I hope, I'm wishing the doggy the best life possible. So there you go. And Rachel, hello Rachel. Yes, I'm slightly behind the chat. I will catch up. Then let's have a look. Oh dear. I lost my chat. Oh, here it is. Rachel says, hi everyone, work as usual. Work was just all kinds of extra today, so no workout for me today. Are you still at work, Rachel? Yes, take it easy. Susan says, perhaps his owners are out. Oh, referring to the doggy. I don't know. Why do dogs bark? I don't think dogs bark for no reason. I think animals, they make noises for reasons. And I hope the doggy is okay. Lizzie, hello. Great to see you. I say spooky bingo on 939. Oh, happy spooky bingo. The first one today, guys. Please flash spooky bingo card for Ace. Wonderful. So this is the color I'm stitching. Busy Mom says it looks like you have to pick one or the other. Oh, that's a shame. So Busy Mom is referring to Saga and versus PDF. I wonder why they do that. Why don't they just give people everything? Because what happens if for whatever reason you swap devices and you can no longer use Saga for whatever reason, and you're left with no PDF. Can you convert Saga files to PDF? I wonder. I never tried to do that, but I can imagine the scenario where, for whatever reason, want to switch back to Pattern Keeper. You don't really have the option for that, do you? You have to buy the chart again. I hope that's not the case. Why don't they just give people everything? Because it's just a file format, and it probably doesn't cost anything for them to give both. And it would just make everybody happier. Because you're buying that chart and you want to be able to use that chart on any available, apps. And also in the future, if there's a super duper, the best app, stitching app ever, that suddenly appear, that's available to us. It just so happened to be PDF, only compatible with PDF. Then what do? Do you have to buy all the, all the charts again? I would say just give people everything. It doesn't matter. These are digital artifacts. There's no overhead. Best friend says the biggest one my son wants me to do is a Zelda Breath of the Wild, which is 84 pages. Wow. Breath of the Wild, that's a newer game, isn't it? Because I know some people, they do the older game style, but Breath of the Wild is a new, sort of more modern version of a Zelda. Best friend says, I found a smaller one for the same game I'm working on now. Oh, I'd love to have a look. So, best friend, I think did you say you posted it in the group? I can't see it because sometimes Facebook is just not sorted in a way. Let me try again. What is your Facebook name, I wonder? Let me have a look. I'll just keep scrolling to see if it comes up. Because I know Gemma is doing a Zelda piece, but that was based on older stuff. I can't find it. I don't know. Have you posted it? I wonder. It's our Facebook, the Slow Yogi Facebook group. Gayla, hello. Great to see you, Gayla. Are you stitching today? Those ones are done. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, hi, Yogi and Stitchers. A lot of dark blue near the tree. I know. A lot of sky, nice sky. Stitching for this piece. And it's quite relaxing stitching these pieces, these colors. It's very kind of calming. Very calming. Kelly says, you should totally complain about a noisy dog. Karma is a bitch, right? I know. I'm reserving that option. Well, seriously, I probably wouldn't, because, you know, dogs would never bark for no reason. And if the dog is barking all day long, my concern will be, is the dog okay, right? That's more my concern rather than the noise. Because, you know, unless the dog is hungry or being trapped, why will a dog just keep barking? But it was just amusing, because, you know, when the neighbor, the lady complained to me, and she was just going, why don't you do something about it? That kind of tone of voice. And I was thinking, well, how do you even go about, you know, controlling cats from meowing? I don't know how to do that. And lo and behold, within months, she's in this position. So when people are not very friendly to me, I'm never worried. I just leave it to the universe to take care of it. You know, really. That's why I'm never really, you know, I don't get worked up by things, because I trust the universe will find a way to work, you know, iron out the injustice. Rachel says, I'm a little bit later meetings. Oh, okay. From work. Okay, Rachel. Heather says, I live in an apartment building that allows cats and dogs. If a dog's barking too much and the neighbors complain, the people are warned 3 times and they get evicted. Oh, right. Yes. That's wow, that's quite harsh. I don't think there are hard and fast rules here, but really, to be honest, I have to say, maybe this is the first time I have heard dogs just barking at random times. I don't think I've come across that before. And people have dogs, so I don't know how they manage their dogs. Dogs don't really bark, not at nighttime or any random time. So that's why I'm more concerned about the dog than the noise. Yes, Spooky Bingo from Jojo as well. Thank you for flashing the card for Ace and Suzanne as well, and Clara. And Kelly says, Henry, the dog, I presume, not the husband. Kelly says Henry barks for people outside. He wants to go out. He wants to come in. And there's a fly. Right. So dogs do bark for just, you know, when they want something. And Raja as well. Thank you, Raja. And Clara says, Junior, Chico, and Lucy bark at birds in bird baths, and squirrels on the ground. Very talkative. Yes, so I suppose if you live somewhere that's open, okay, or maybe it's a sort of detached house, meaning that there's no, you know, other houses nearby, then that's probably okay. And I don't know. honestly, I don't think I've ever come across dogs just bark so frequently. Because, you know, even during live, you guys probably have heard this little dog barking for a few times. And sometimes during the day as well, because I'm not in the house all the time. So I don't know what other times poor little dog was kind of barking, but kind of at random times. Janine says they want people to buy the charts again if people were smart and they would just buy the PDF and convert themselves to Saga. That's what I would do if they don't give both. Yes, Janine, I'm just wondering if they take the trouble to Stitch is so beautiful. You know, you are our new favorite charting company, and this is just, you know, honest opinions from customers. I think if they took the trouble to create, convert, clearly they put in a lot of work, right? They have a lot of charts, and now they're making all the charts available in both formats. I think if you take the trouble of doing that, just give people everything. Seriously, you are going to gain more customers. No one is going to lose out, you know, and go, well, because people are going to like you more for doing that. And it probably doesn't cost any overhead from them. Yes, the conversion, it takes a little bit of work, but once that's going, you just create both formats for both, for each chart. And if people feel safe buying from you because they know they're not going to be left out, you know, not having the right format, if they switch apps, then they're going to love you more. They're going to love you more. So if they're already doing that and we're misunderstanding the situation, then sincere apologies. But if they are only offering one or the other, please just give people everything. No one is going to be happy, you know, buying charts again if they're switching app or having to go through some sort of conversion, because that's the same problems that PDFs have, that when people have to go through the trouble of converting, and that is just hassle, isn't it? Solar says, hi Yogi, hi to you. Yes, Solar is definitely high energy today. Oh, it wasn't Bestie, best friend. Oh, someone said they posted it, so maybe I misread it. Okay, yes, join our Facebook group if you haven't already, and I'd love to see your Zola piece. Alisa says, I know I've asked this before. I misplaced my notes. Does anyone have a good place to buy cross-stitch fabric? Oh, right. So maybe some suggestions. Alisa, maybe state where you are. So, you know, people from near where you are can give you some suggestions. Kelly says, neighbors behind me have a very happy dog that freaks out about everything, and a toddler that screams all the time. Exactly. If you have a toddler that cries and neighbors complain, what do? You know? Yes. So if doggies just bark for any reason, I'm actually quite surprised that I don't hear dogs barking more frequently. I don't know how they control their dogs. Okay, let me push this through. I love this color. So I've done up to here. Okay, the next one is also a dark blue as well. I'm probably going to go through a different shades of dark blue here. A23 this time. Oh, you know, yesterday I was on the way to work, you know, to one of the studios, and I had to take a bus because that studio doesn't really let me store my bikes in the studio. It's a little bit shitty, but so if I go to that studio, I take a bus. Luckily, there's a connected bus that's very easy to do. So I wasn't on my bicycle, and the bus was running late. Not running late. There was a lot of traffic, so I actually hopped off the bus from about 3 stops before, and I basically just jogged my way to the studio because I was running late. So, and on the way, I saw this guy, okay? This guy who was sitting just off the roadside. So you have the pavement, you have the main road where the cars go, come and go. This guy was sitting somewhere in between. So he wasn't on the pavement, which is, obviously safe. He was sitting just slightly off the pavement towards where the cars, quite busy going back and forth. About maybe a meter or two off from the pavement. And I was kind of walking or, a little jog to get to the studio. And I saw this guy sitting there and I thought, well, that's really odd. Why is he sitting there? And so as I approached him, when I got a little bit closer, this guy just sitting on a row, really, not quite in the center. But if the car's not very careful, being very mindful, they could run into him, basically. And no one was, kind of paying attention to this guy. So when I got nearer, I just instinctively, I just went over and go, "Are you okay?" And I reached out to grab his hand. And he reached out to me as well, because I just wanted to guide him back to the pavement. I thought maybe he's drunk, maybe he's under influence or something, I don't know, or maybe he's not feeling well. And so I just instinctively went over to him, and he reached out to me and grabbed me, okay? And he stood up gradually. So I thought, okay, I'm going to guide him back. And I just, please, come back on to the pavement. And he seemed okay. He didn't look like he was unwell or drunk or under influence. And lo and behold, he kind of followed me back on to the pavement, and he said to me, "Do you have money? I need money." And I go, oh, okay. Because I was trying to assess what is going on with this guy, okay? Because I was worried that if he was drunk or he was on drugs or something, then he didn't know what he was doing. But as soon as he said to me, "Do you have money?" And I go, okay, now I know what this is about. Okay, so whatever reason, this guy was sitting on the roadside trying to get attention so people maybe feel bad for him, or give him some money. So as I was, guiding him back onto the pavement, I said, "Well, sorry, I don't have money." And that's true. I do not carry any ready money. I do not have cash on me at all. Who does nowadays, right? Zero, not even a single pound on me. And but even if I had, I probably wouldn't have given it to him, just reading the situation. And as soon as I said I didn't have money, he started to grab my hand. He goes, "No." He kind of started to look upset. He was dragging me onto the road. And for a moment, I was like going, shit, where is this going? And he was holding my hand, kind of, pulling me toward the traffic. But luckily, he kind of let go, because he didn't look really upset. He just go, I, can you give me some money? Can you give me some money? And I just kept saying, "I don't have money." And people started to kind of pay attention to what was going on between me and him, and started to come closer. And I think he probably noticed that. So he let go of my hand. And at that point, I decided to just kept walking, just in case he's following me or anything like that. And then this guy just went back to the original spot and sat down again. But I couldn't do anything anymore. And also, I was running late as well. I was running late for my class. I hopped up the bus because the traffic was being very slow. So it was a split-second decision. Part of me kind of thinking, well, should I help him a little bit more? Maybe there's something else I could do. But at the same time, if he was, getting upset and trying to drag people onto the traffic, I don't want to be part of that. So I don't know what happened to the guy. After the classes, I, walked back and I didn't see him there anymore. So this is kind of a strange encounter on London Street. And I didn't know what the right thing was to do because, no one was paying attention to this guy. And but when you do, it turned into this. So I don't know. I don't know what to do. What would you do? Heather says, dogs bark when the person goes out. Oh, so the little doggy is probably trapped at home on his own or her own. Yes, dogs don't do well when they're lonely because cats, they have their own lives. Some cats want to be left alone. Dogs, I think they're like children. They need a lot of attention. And I think if you want a dog, you need to have a lifestyle to be, have sufficient time to be with dogs. Rose says, I purchased a new release pattern from Hate called Sugar Skull Shelf by Michelle Sayed. Oh, created by Michelle. And we'll be starting that this evening on a 32 count even weave using CXC, and it's 370 by 600. It's a quite large rose. And so, yes, I think Heaven and Earth, they do their own brand of charts. So I don't know whether they use AI or they have in-house artists. I don't know. But that sounds interesting. Would love to see what it is. Oh, so Janine says little dogs bark a lot. It sounds like a little dog, doesn't it? It's kind of slightly high pitched because last time, the chat was saying that maybe it sounds like a little dog. So the dog is probably just lonely. Poor doggy. And Solar, yes, I said hello to Solar. Sorry, I'm catching up with the chat here. And Alisa, okay, Alisa's in the US. So US Stitches, if you know where, is a good place to get fabric for Alisa. Please kindly suggest. And Monique, hello Monique. And Monique, just waking up from a nap, are you? Yes, a power napping for Monique. And so now I bet Monique is full of energy. Jeanine says, Yogi, were you not told about stranger danger? I know, but it's very instinctive. I do have this in me. Unfortunately, it has happened many times. If I see something happening, I just run toward that direction. If someone's screaming, if someone is doing something weird, my instinct, before even thinking, I just run toward the direction. I can't help it. I've done it many times. I've been told off by my mom because I've been trying to stop fights, of people. And I've been trying to protect someone like a school kid being bullied by like fellow students on the bus before as well. And those times, each time I look back, I thought, well, I could have got myself in trouble. They could have ganged up on me. But I just don't know. Something takes over. I just run toward the fire, So that was that. Because I saw this guy sitting on the roadside. My instinct was just go and try to grab him. And to guide him back, but Elisa says that's a little bit scary. Yes, when he grabbed my hand really firm and dragged me toward the direction of traffic, that was a little bit of a, your whole life racing in the head moment. I was going, oh dear. And thankfully, he wasn't very strong, okay? The daily practice of yoga probably helps. He was quite small in frame. He wasn't like a big bodybuilding looking guy. He was maybe slightly shorter than me, 5'6", and he wasn't super strong. So thankfully, and also people were started to kind of gather toward our direction. So he kind of just let go. Lucy says, thank God you're okay, Yogi. I'm so sad people around you try to help you, and you're a wonderful person. Please be careful. Thank you so much, Lucy. But sometimes you have to make like split-second decision. But even after that episode, as I was walking toward the studio, part of me was feeling a little bit bad because I couldn't do anything for him. Because I thought, well, maybe, what takes a person to be so extreme to want to sit in the middle of a traffic in order to get some money. But this guy looked quite healthy. He didn't look like he was kind of not able to work or anything. Part of me kind of saying, well, how about doing some work? That helps. But I couldn't. He probably punched me. Okay. So but I was thinking he's a fully able person. Why is he not working? Wouldn't that be easier than sitting on the roadside, risking being run over by cars? Lucy says, I wouldn't have done what you did too. Yes, it's a kind of a split-second thing. I don't know. I just have this instinct to run toward these people. I've done it so many times. It's just like, I'm surprised I have not got into trouble. Janine says, Yogi, there's a little squirrel right in front of my window eating a little something with his little hand. It's so cute. Oh, so Janine, you've got your own squirrel as well. Oh, I love my little squirrel. It's a small army. In the summer, the number seemed to be decreasing, particularly the heat wave. I think they're just in hiding or something. But a lot of, most of the times they're quite active and eating a lot of nuts. So... and I love my squirrels. They're so delightful to look at. And A20. It's not a blue. I love these blue colors. A20. Kelly says 123 Stitch has a good selection of fabric. Indeed, yes. If you're in America, actually they ship worldwide, don't they? And they're quite reasonable as well and have a very large selection. But I have to say, the only thing I would say, a lot of craft websites like 123, those websites, they look like they're built in the 90s or something. You know what I mean? They're not very user-friendly. So that would be my only, I wouldn't say criticism, but it's just that, like Artisy as well. Artisy, they've got so many beautiful patterns, but the website is so clunky to use. And I'll put Heaven and Earth in that category as well. Those websites probably built ages ago. Very little has been done to improve them. So 123, the only thing I would say that is it's a little bit clunky to use, but otherwise a lot of products. Heather House says, I'm working on Ivy Witch, continuing confetti, confetti hell, confetti heaven. How's that? Let me take a sip of my water. Sola says it's those leadership qualities. Which bit? Running toward the fire. Is that leadership quality? I think a really clever, smart leader will probably run away and let other people to deal with it. Crafty Tabby, hey, Tabby Cat. What? Heather says, my husband runs into danger too. He does it automatically, silly bugger. I know what you mean. Because sometimes when something happens, you just feel like if you don't do it, something worse is going to happen. Yes, I think if you're wired this way, and I think me and your husband, if you're wired that way, you can't help it. You can't help it. And my mum was really worried every time I report any incidents like this. But very luckily, I mean, the universe is definitely looking after me. I have not come across any incidents that I got injured or anything like that. But every time I look back, I go, oh dear, I'm not sure, things could have gone very differently. Gray says people are desperate nowadays. It's sad that we have to be careful of others and indeed need help, because some people are indeed need help. That's the problem. So you feel like, yes, you can be very sort of weary of people, but at the same time, what if someone really needs help? And I know at the same time, the other day I was talking about this book I read when I was quite young. It's called Gift of Fear. It's basically giving you a lot of practical sort of tools when it comes to protecting ourselves, particularly as women. And one of them is basically do not be afraid to offend people. But it's essentially talking about people's feelings, because sometimes, we want to be nice, and we don't want to hurt people's feelings. So sometimes we say yes to certain things that we shouldn't have. People can take advantage of that. But when people are in crisis or look like they're in crisis, it's not about people's feelings. It's about people's physical safety. So that's when, something just kicks in, and I just feel I need to do something about it. Solar says 123 Stitch only has hard copy patterns, no PDF downloads. Oh, do they not do downloads? I think 123 Stitch is more of a crafting material website. It's not a pattern company, so maybe they only sell hard products, physical items. Jojo says I look for local needle workshops for my stitching products. Nice to build relationship and support the small business. Yes, I think that's lovely if you have local shops that you can go to. Sometimes a little bit tricky, because what we're doing here, I bet, unless it's very cross-stitching, full coverage friendly shop, I bet probably a lot of craft shops that haberdashery or whatever in London, I bet they don't even stock even weave. They probably don't know what it is. I wouldn't be surprised. They probably sell fabric, they probably sell linen, but not for stitching purposes. They probably do Ada, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even stock DMC even weave or anything like that. So that's the problem. So online is very often the best place to go. But for other things, scissors or accessories, yes, shop locally if you can. Lizzie says, I don't know why I find blue tedious to stitch. No, I don't actually. So these are blue colors, but not one color. If it's just one single block, like a huge area, I get bored. But these are different shades of blue. And the night sky is so pretty with this piece. Whoops. So I don't mind it. And if I ever get bored of blue, I can always go to my squirrel zone and do some browns. But I'm really keen to fill in the nice guy. You know, just this area. I really want to fill the area. 1, 2, 3. Where am I exactly? Am I even stitching the right spot? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Because when you're stitching with, you know, when the color you're stitching has got so many stitches, sometimes you lose track where you are. I do anyway. Lizzie says, Yogi, just don't tell your mom when you run into dangerous situation. Ignorance is bliss. I know. But me and my mom, we talked about everything. I wouldn't tell my dad. My dad will definitely tell me off and give me a lecture. But my mom, she knows how I am, you know. She knows my personality. So, but she's worried. She was always worried. Kelly says, there's a yarn shop on the other side of my city that has DMC and some supplies, but nothing else local. So I order from Stitch It Central in Montreal. Oh, so in Canada. I know, yes, I wish I had local shops that I could just pop in. I think with other materials, when I used to do a bit of sewing and stuff like that, they were, I don't know about now, but there were a few fabric shops that I used to go quite a lot, and which is great fun because I always end up with some, you know, weird and wonderful fabric. But with stitching supplies, not really. You can probably get scissors, some, you know, bits and pieces, some needles, but not, you know, not like fabric. Fabric is more specific, isn't it? Rachel says, 1, 2, 3 Stitch does have PDF downloads. I bought one the other day. Oh, so they do. Right. Maybe not a large selection. It's because it's not a charting company. So, you know, they probably don't have the sort of infrastructure built for that. Kelly says, I don't mind blocks of color stitches up quickly. Yes, you do stitch quickly, but sometimes it's the boredom factor. You know, you just go, oh, am I still stitching this color? But this is not really block stitching because you can see there's a lot of gradients, you know, variations of different blues. And needles. Hello, needles. Keeps me busy. Hello. I hope you're well. I remember there was this schoolboy on the bus. So London buses have 2 levels. There's a double decker, so there's upper deck. Nowadays, you know, everything's is they have CCTV, they have camera built in, so it's a lot safer now. But I remember when they had older buses, I was student at that time as well, college student. I remember there was this incident. We were on the upper deck of the bus, and there was a guy, there was a really young guy being bullied by fellow, look like they're the fellow sort of, you know, students, and one of the guys was literally beating him up on the head, and they were sitting, you know, at the upper level of the bus. They were sitting in front of me, and I could hear them arguing, and this guy was just having his head down and being punched in the head. So I just went over there. I didn't have time to think. I just went over there and told them, because the bus was still moving. But at that time, there was no quick way to notify the driver. Because nowadays, I think there are probably buttons you can press, and also CCTVs filming everything. But at that time, the older model of the bus, the guy was literally just being beaten up on the bus, and no one, there were people, they're grown up, sitting only like 2 seats away. They did nothing. They didn't even look. And I think this is why I'm feeling, I have this sort of instinct, just have to do something, because it's even worse when they're grown-ups sitting next to these guys, the school kids, they didn't even have the courage to look, let alone doing anything. So I was sitting at the back, maybe the back row and the last row, and those guys were at the front, and this guy was getting beaten up, and there were at least 2 to 3 adults. They're sitting around them. They're just looking down, pretending to do something. So that's when I go, well, I'm going to just go over there and tell them what's what. And I went over there, and I just told them that I think I had a mobile phone with me at that time. And I said, I have called the police. I was calling them bluff. Okay, I have not called the police just yet. But I just said, well, I'm calling the police. Okay, so you better stop now. And thankfully, they did stop, but everybody was trapped on the same bus. It's not like they could just run off. But I just wanted to stop them from beating this guy up at that moment and deal with the rest later. So those guys, they saw me coming, and I was talking, to them really firmly, just go, you stop now, or, you're in trouble. And so those guys, they run to the lower deck level. And I don't know whether the bus drivers even knew. And I was telling the other guys, because on one hand, I was trying to stop them from beating this guy up. I was, basically telling the other grown-ups to go downstairs to tell the drivers, guys, they did not move. They pretended they didn't hear me. This is why it's so disappointing sometimes. And I felt that if I don't do anything, I'm going to end up like those people, which I never want to be. I'd rather get beaten up. I don't want to beat them, because it's so disappointing. And these guys, despite me putting myself in the situation, I turn to them and go, can you, go run downstairs and just tell the bus driver. No one moved, guys. No one moves. I still feel sad talking about it today. That was many, many years ago when I was a student. They did not move. Guys, what makes a person become that? Should be so lack of any form of courage, any kind of concern for others, that you just sit there, not moving. So eventually, those guys, the other students kind of run off when the bus stopped in the following stop. And I could hear them, I could see them from the window. They walked away. And I turned to this boy. I said, are you okay? And he just looked at me. He couldn't even look at me. I mean, he was just looking really distressed, obviously. But luckily, I couldn't see any injury. And I didn't even know what to do, because at that point, in my head, I was thinking, oh dear, okay, I stopped them today, but this boy will have to go to school tomorrow. When they're going to bump into these guys again, it's probably going to be worse for him. So in my mind, I was kind of beating myself up as well. I was thinking, oh, there's nothing I could do to make this better for him. So yes, I don't know what happened to me. I hope, they didn't sort of, who knows? I don't know what happened. I only did things that make sense to me at that time, Sometimes, I don't know. I just don't know. So it's tricky. It's tricky. Jojo says my local needle workshop stock a lot of different stitching fabric in all stitch count, including lovely linens. Oh, that's nice. And even weave as well. I doubt very much. My London haberdasheries, they do that, because normally there's some local shops. They mostly focus on maybe knitting, a lot of knitting shops, and maybe some sewing shops. I have not come across one that is focused on cross stitching or anything like that. I have not come across any of them. So I think, you know, if I say even weave, they probably look at me like I have, you know, maybe they think I'm unicorn. I have a horn, you know, in the middle of my forehead or something with wings. And Ruby Rose says, I think your instinct is correct, but it's best to alert a nearby male or call the police to help. It's not safe for a female going alone into a situation like that. Well, Ruby, there wasn't time to think about it, because by the time I find a male, a strong male, first of all, I think I'm pretty strong, okay? I don't go into a situation to pick fights, but having taught a lot of male students in my in my yoga classes, I think I'm probably stronger than most of them, okay? But that's not, you know, if I go into a situation, I'm not prepared to fight them necessarily. I'm always hoping to find a way to resolve, you know, dissolve the situation if there's a fight. I'm not looking to necessarily to kind of fight them off. That's not my strategy. So, but who knows? Who knows? Yes. Janine says people don't want to get involved. It's very common, Janine. Let's not become that kind of human being, right, Janine? If everybody just turn blind eyes, next time when you're in trouble, no one's going to come and help you. I don't want to live in a world like that. I don't. Let's not be like them, okay, guys? Ruby says, in the bus situation, you did the right thing. That's exactly what I would do. Horrifying that no one else will get involved. I know, Ruby. Literally, those people are grown. They're male and female. They're all grown people. They literally just pretended they didn't hear me. They pretended they didn't hear me. That was so disappointing. So disappointing. My heart was broken. Susan says, fear is real, Yogi. Well, fear can drive you to do different things. Fear can drive you to escape. Fear can drive you to action. I don't know which one is right, but I like to think that, you know, if there's something I can do about it, I want to do something about it. I'm not saying that, you know, it's the right thing to do. Maybe one day I'm going to get myself in trouble. But then again, there's a part of me, it's worse for me to become, you know, those people I'm talking about. I don't want to be like that. It's worse than death for me. Ruby, you're right. Cowardice. That's what it is. And, you know, you have to ask, what has to happen for people to become so fearful and so, you know, I understand fear. We all have fear. But there are times you have to put, well, I don't know, fear. I like to think we're built in a way that, you know, when it comes to time for action, we have that in us to do it. It's not a thought process. It's not a strategy that you have necessarily. I don't walk out every single day thinking that I'm going to be the protector of the world. I don't think that. You know, I have my own fear. If I see weirdos coming my way, I probably walk the other way. But there are times I like to think that we still have that in us, that, you know, we would action when it's time to do that. I like to think that. And Lucy says, those are correct words, Yogi. Lack of courage and concern. I'm sure he was embarrassed and grateful to you. You did a good job. Yes, I wasn't even, you know, thinking that he should be happy that I did that. Because at the same time, my brain was thinking, oh, shit, he's going to come across these guys tomorrow. Because they look like they're from the same school. So tomorrow is going to be worse for him. So I was thinking, oh, my God, you know. I don't know if I did the right thing, but it's just tricky. And when it comes to bullying as well, it's a big problem for schools. Clara says no wings. Clara, do not lie. You saw it on Google, okay? Wings for unicorn. Different species, Clara, okay? Elisa says, I've been told by security if in trouble, you should always yell fire. I think I know. I've been told similar things as well because for women, obviously, our vulnerability is being attacked by men. So I've been told. I think it's quite sad, Alisa. It's I've been told that if you're attacked by men, like in kind of a rape situation, do not call rape, call fire. That is so sad. That makes me want to weep. Basically it's saying that they're going to turn a blind eye if you say you were attacked by a man, but if it's a fire, people are more concerned because they don't want fire to spread to their house as well. So they're more likely to pay attention. That is very sad, but yes, that's probably true. I don't know. Oh, Amanda. Amanda says, Yogi, you need to go to the knit and stitch at Alexandra Palace in London in October. Lots of local fabric dyers are going to be there. Oh, is it like some sort of fair for... Yes, I've heard of there's some big ones. I've been to one that's in central London. I think it's near Kensington. There is a expo centre or something like that. I've never been to one in Alexandra Palace. It's a little bit far off for me, but yes. But the one I went in central London a few years ago, it was just out of COVID, and I was so excited. It was the first kind of sort of a stitch fair I've been to. I went there hoping to find some nice linen or some stitching fabric. They didn't even know what I was talking about. I went to a vendor doing fabric and I go, well, do you have 40 counts? He looked at me as if I was a unicorn with wings, So I think unless you are in the sort of stitching world, even weave is not even a thing. I was very disappointed. I didn't buy much when I came back. Where am I? Here. 1, okay, and 2 over there. Why does it look different? Okay. It's 1 stitch here I did not mark. There you go. Oh, Amanda goes every year. So that one, they know what even weave is. That's good to know. Because I just remember I went to a vendor and the stitching fair and go, hey, do you have 40 counts? He kind of goes, what? What count? Sola says, what college did you go to? I don't want to dox myself, okay? I like my privacy. But it's one of the art schools in London. Quite a well-known one. No names. And Fickle Otter says, we go to the knit and stitch in Harrogate every year. Oh, right. She says it's fantastic, not great for a wallet. Yes, I bet. But you know, if you go to fairs like that, you're ready to do a little bit of shopping. I was actually disappointed that I didn't buy much because there wasn't a lot to buy. Probably because it was, more of a sewing focus, a knitting focus fair, mostly, yarns and stuff like that, and also a lot of sewing fabric, but not a lot of stitching related stuff. Oh, I think I misstitched one. Okay, I'm gonna fudge because it's all blue here. Yes, Solar. It was a trap. No, Solar. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It's only natural that you want to know. But it's a conscious decision I made to keep my life, kind of offline. And also, the fact that I stay kind of, my face and name is not out there, it actually gives me a lot more freedom to talk about things. Because a lot of stuff that we talk about, I mention people, I don't mention their names either. But I have a bit more freedom to talk about things. Because imagine if I have to worry about, are my the teachers watching me? Are my students watching me? Or people I know watching me? I won't be able to talk about anything. It will be very boring. So the fact that, the fact that I have the freedom to talk about things is a good thing. So I can talk about life experiences without having to worry about someone else is going to be, get dragged in unnecessarily. Oh, you know what? I have not, because I nearly forgot that I'm parking as well. I just keep stitching. It's interesting because it's meant to be a parking method, and I have not parked a single thread, have I? I kind of just ended up doing sort of cross country at some point because the patterns at the moment, I pretty much just stitch until I run out of the thread. So I have not parted a single thread. Maybe I will part this thread. There you go. Maybe I will park it here then. Totally forgot I'm parking as well. And the next one, I'm back to 939. 939. So today is, nice guy stitching. 939. Janine. That's fair. Janine says, Yogi, when you talk and go off stitching topics, typically go cross country. I do, Janine. I know. A lot of times if I start focusing on what I'm talking about, I just forget to, this is a stitching method in general. I just keep going. You're quite right, Janine. I'm very observant. Okay. I know, because that kind of just makes sense. Just keep going. And what do you mean by off topic? We're in topic. We're just talking about different topics, okay? But the weird thing is, when I first started doing full cross, not full cross, the full coverage stitching, I didn't know how to cross country. I had to learn cross country because the default method when I started doing full coverage was actually block by block stitching. Because prior to that, you guys know, I was doing sort of dimensions type of project, which, I was kind of stitching in some form of cross country without knowing the name. I just pick one color and stitch a few and then move on to another, right? So, so when I first came across full coverage, I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't know how to deal with so many color changes. That's very different from, dimensions type of project. So when I learned how to deal with that, the first method was actually parking, block by block parking. So once I discovered that, and it really makes sense to me, and I was doing block by block parking for every single project that I started at that time, to the point that, when I came across videos of people doing cross country, I didn't know what that, how to do that properly, because cross country, it sounds intuitive. You just keep stitching, the surrounding stitches. But the question is, where do you go? Where do you take your stitches? And I didn't know what to do. So, so I had to learn it. So, I think I started kind of find my ways around short distance cross country, very short distance, because I was scared. I didn't want to wander too far. And also, I'm pretty sure at that time, I was doing a hybrid of cross country, short distance cross country, and parking. So very similar to what I'm doing now. So because when you do cross country, either you just keep going, right, and do longer distance, or you either park or you end the thread. So ending thread for me was, it just seems like a lot of hassle. And I was really into parking at that time. So the initial cross country method I was doing, I was kind of just doing cross country and then park. So that took a little bit of learning as well, because when you do it that way, with cross country, unless you're flowing the stitches in a very specific direction, let's say you go top down or you go kind of strict diagonal, you might run into your own pass threads as you're stitching. So, so it took me a while to kind of figure out how to flow the stitches kind of properly. And later on, I got a little bit more confident. I started sort of, doing cross country without parking, but, not wandering too far. So I would just end the threads as well. I mean, nowadays, I kind of talk about these methods like, oh, like it's normal, but it took me a long time during COVID to figure out all these things. I was watching so many tutorial videos. Some of them were super old. I think at that time, I came across videos like 10 years old, which is ancient for YouTube. But not many people creating new content at that time. And it was at that time I discovered Komari as well, and I was hooked. I was just thinking, who is this mysterious creature? It's just stitching like no one's business. And I bet Komari probably has already finished the cat library, right? It's about time. All right. Let me mark this one. One, two, three. I'm hoping my stitch count is going to be relatively decent today. And also tomorrow, okay guys, tomorrow I know it's our dimension soul, but I do have classes that I have to teach in the evening. It's been booked ages ago, and I was just looking through my timetable. So gradually I'm hoping to reduce my evening teaching, but tomorrow I do have classes. So quite possibly no streaming tomorrow. But you know, we will be back on Thursday. And also on Saturday, just a reminder, everybody, marathon, okay? Just start warming up and get your Christmas project ready. And Mimi here for Christmas, for marathon. So for marathon, we normally start at around 2 p.m. 2 p.m. London time. So you probably need to find out what time it is where you are. So normally our daily stream in the evening, UK time, is about 8:30. So you can probably work out the differences. But we'll probably start at around 2 p.m. UK time and stitch all the way to till midnight UK time. So it's 10 hours, okay? So it's a Christmas themed marathon. I don't think we've done one before. I don't think we did a Christmas one last year for marathon. Nido says she, as in Komari, I think, she has been working on Merry Mushroom Village for the past few days. Really? Oh, Komari has gone rogue. This is the Komari 2.0, okay? She's got so many projects now. I mean, she started the Mushroom Village back when I started reading Nook. What is it called? You know that one I'm stitching. Reading Nook thingy. I can't remember the title, full title now. I've got so many. So it was around the same time because the Christmas the Mushroom Village chart came out at the same time as the Reading Nook piece. And I remember, you know, a lot of people went for the mushroom one, but I just fell in love with a winter reading nook. So it was quite a few years back. I think it's about 3 years, at least 3 years ago. But the new Komari is having swapping projects like a fiend. I'm so scared. Rachel says, I have an event tomorrow night and I have to go and be social. So I'm glad I won't miss the stream. Yes, and Wednesday is our dimensions night. And I hope you enjoy your event, Rachel, tomorrow. And tomorrow is pretty late one for me as well. By the time I finish my classes, it's going to be nearly 9 o'clock UK time. So it's one of those later classes. Best friend says, I start back to work in 2 weeks, so I sadly won't make as many live streams. Yes, depending on where you are, the time differences, I totally understand. And do not worry, we have playback as well, you know, everything's archived, so you can always catch up with the project and also the conversation as well. And it's wonderful to see you live. Jojo says, that's okay, Yogi. You have to make a living. We'll see you on Thursday. Thank you so much, Jojo. And I'm looking forward to the marathon. And also, we're definitely doing a members live stream very soon. Okay, so I'll make sure that I block off time so we have time to catch up as well. And hopefully by August, hopefully there will be a transition period, and by September I'll be able to free up my evenings. Yes, Susan, winter reading nook. I was just having a brain freeze, you know, brain just stopped working for a little bit. Is it chocolate time, Susan? Oh, indeed. Why not? Let's have some chocolate then. There's some vigorous stitching on my end. I think particularly when you're stitching, when you have a lot of stitches per color, you just feel like you're really working on it because you're literally just stitching non-stop. Let me end this thread here. All right then, let's have a little bit of chocolate. I get to zoom out so you can appreciate what I've done as well. So this whole bit wasn't there before. I think I've done a fair bit, you know. Like the last session I did 300 and maybe 50 something. And come to think of it, that's like 3.5 blocks. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right, guys. I'm gonna grab my chocolate, and you grab yours. And if you don't have chocolate, why not? Seriously. You know, eat some chocolate. It's good. So I'm having the Black Forest here. Let me zoom out. And I've got some prunes as well. It's one of my favorite things to eat at the moment. I've been eating them every day. There's probably some sort of something in the prunes that my body's looking for. It's always the case. If I suddenly crave for something that I don't, you know, normally eat day to day, something's up. Now this is looking good. I'm going to be so thrilled when I finish this bit and connect, you know, the whole area here. It's going to look a lot more legitimate, a lot more legit. At the moment, it feels like maybe the stitcher has been skipping something, been cheating. Cheers. Sola says, we so appreciate the time you can sign on. Yes, I thank you so much, Sola. And the stitchers have been very understanding. And I am taking on a little bit more classes this summer. So, thank you so much for your patience. A says, I think it's sad the chat is not included in the playbacks. Yes, it is. Ace, you can get chat with all the playbacks. Sometimes a little bit hidden. So it depends on when you watch the playback. If it's within 24 hours of the video, of the live stream, sometimes YouTube takes like 24 hours to generate the chat. But beyond that, yes, every single video playback we have chat, because that's our thing. Chat is leading the streams. So you just need to find it. It's there. Susan is gone savory on Yogi. Susan is having cheese and crackers. Susan is turning into Lynn. Where's Lynn today? Yes. Yes, it's Lynn's favorite, cheese and crackers. That's very sophisticated, Susan. Yes, Sanat has got the instructions here. Yes, sometimes it's a little bit hidden. Depends on what device you're watching from. If you're watching from desktop, no problem, it's there. But on mobile devices, you have to swipe. So Sanat says you have to swipe left on comments. Yes. Then you can see the live chat. I don't know why they hide it. It used to be you just press on the button, says, do you want to play, show the chat? It just comes on. And now, by default, you see the comments. And you have to swipe the comment to the left. And not many people know that. And if you swipe, you get the replay chat. Okay, so thank you, Sanat. That's very useful. Jeanine says, I'm having avocado. Jeanine? Is that a snack? How are you eating your avocado? Are you just chewing the entire avocado like a snack, like an apple? Wendy says, breakfast time for me and my marathon is over. 11.5 hours. What? Hang on. Everybody, have a look. Wendy has gone on the marathon. One person marathon for 11.5 hours. Yes, I mean, that's definitely, Wendy's fully trained for Saturday, okay? You've gone over our goal. We're aiming for 10 o'clock. Wendy has gone over 11 hours. My goodness, yes. Enjoy your breakfast and catch up with some, sleep. And well done. And, if I don't see you on Thursday, I'll definitely see you on Saturday. And have a great day, Wendy. Susan? What? Jeanine? Is Jeanine not having Jeanine's having an avocado. Oh, Susan doesn't like avocado. Okay, yes. I mean, Jeanine and Susan used to be besties, okay? But recently, there's some sort of conflict happening with these two. They don't see eye to eye. Yes, Jeanine, exactly. I think they're still in the same camp when it comes to kale. But when it comes to avocado, I'm sorry, Susan, you're on your own. It's about time. I think Susan's have to venture into avocado zone. But how are you eating your avocado, Susan? Avocado, you can turn it into a chocolate mousse. For vegans, because, not without cream or dairy products, you can turn avocado into chocolate mousse. You can add chocolate into, and I think cashew nuts as well, and blitz everything together with cacao powder. You get chocolate mousse. Guys, if you're dairy free, if you're vegan, avocado is magic. Suzanne says it takes a little bit for them to show up. I know, particularly if you watch an archive stream just few hours after it happened, there's no chat there, unfortunately, because YouTube takes a little bit to generate the chat. But do not worry, all the other playbacks, all the chat is there, ready for you. All right then, I'm gonna take one more piece of chocolate, or maybe I can have one prune. How's that? Let's do not forget about prunes. Prunes and chocolate, they actually work together. This is my favorite one. Because I bought another one, another pack from not sort of, I can't remember the brand. They're not as good. I think Marks and Spencer definitely have the best prune. It's very firm, very firm. Oh, look at this beauty. Do not drop, Yogi, do not drop on the fabric. Very nice. My new favorite. You know, if I have, my life is simple. All I need is some kale, some avocado, some tofu, bananas, prunes, chocolate. I'm good. I'm sorted. No problem. All right. Let's go. And I think this one is probably ready to come off, be weeded. Ginny says, you don't eat skin. Oh, referring to avocado, thank God. A little bit tough. All right, so Janine's having avocado with eggs. So avocado sliced up with the eggs, my dinner for tonight. That's very nice. High protein, because avocado has got all sort of nutrient, and eggs as well. They're all whole foods. Very nice. Well, you don't know, Janine. People change their minds, okay? So one day, I'm looking forward to the day when Susan is having avocado and Janine is having kale. Janine says chocolate flavor avocado sounds horrible. No. If you blitz ripe avocado and cacao powder, blitz everything, and I think, I'm pretty sure with a little bit of a cashew as well. Cashew is very creamy. You literally do not know it's got avocado in it. You do not know. Just like avocado ice cream. You do not know it's got avocado in it. That's the magic of avocado. I think avocado and tofu, they both are the kind of food that you can, turn them into all sorts of things. A lot of foods are like that. A lot of foods are like, they're just carriers. They create textures, but they don't have a lot of, strong flavors on their own. But you can turn them into all sorts of things. I'm going to take another strand of 939. Food, cooking is magic. Cashew is really good as well. Cashew, you can blitz cashew and turn it into cream. Ginny, Suzanne says banana, not butter, avocado and cacao. Oh, to turn into a mousse? Banana is a really good one as well. Yes, banana, you can turn it into ice cream, cream substitute. I know, yes. Banana and avocado, they have a lot in common when it comes to cooking, like baking and stuff like that. You can turn them into a lot of things. Magic food. Let me just zoom in a little bit more. Yes. You wouldn't know there's avocado in there. Oh, yes. Mickey Moo says banana and avocado smoothie. Yes. And what else do you add it to make it runny? to make it like a smoothie. They, if you blitz both of them, you can probably turn them into a very good ice cream, soft cream. I know, I love them both. I mean, a lot of plant foods, they have, this natural ability to turn into all sorts of things. I'm trying to think of other foods that do similar things. For instance, if you think about tomatoes, for instance, tomatoes are tomatoes. Doesn't matter what you do, the tomato-ness comes through, right? But a lot of foods, a lot of plants, they're like chameleons. Depends on what you do to them, you can turn them into completely different things. Suzanne says, Alex loved the avocado banana nut butter blend. I can totally imagine that. And it's full of nutrient as well. It's really high protein, high everything. Wonderful. High energy food. And I bet you can probably turn it into some sort of bread as well if you add. Well, I mean, Alex is gluten-free, so you can probably, I don't know, what flour would you add? Almond flour. And some sort of, yeah, I bet you can probably turn into some sort of gluten-free bread as well with those ingredients. Janine says avocados are only for eating raw in guacamole, no mixing with fruits and chocolate. Well, give it a try because you won't know avocados there. And those avocado, Janine, do you know, it's really nice warm as well. You don't want to cook avocado too much. Sometimes I've added into like a stew last minute, some sort of curry, and I just chop some avocado and drop them in a stew or curry last minute. So you don't cook it for a very long time, and it still has some text. They're still in chunks. You can still bite into them in chunks, but they're warm, and also they're really, really creamy as well. Oh, I like a little bit of avocado curry. And Colleen says, I love chocolate avocado pudding. What else do you eat? Do you add to turn into a pudding? Pudding as in like caramel pudding, or pudding in the sort of, pudding over here is basically anything sweet is pudding. I know, Janine. Open the mind. Embrace avocado and kale. Your world will change. Jeannie says Susan will probably eat chocolate flavored avocado. No, well, the whole point is you don't know that it's avocado. That's the whole point. Avocado ice cream as well. You don't know there's ice cream, that there's avocado in there. That's the beauty of it. One, two. Hang on. 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 2 here. I think I missed something. Understatement here of the century. I think I probably missed a couple of stitches here. Hang on. Why is it not matching? 1 stitch here, okay? These are done. Very nice. Oh, I see. So I probably did 1 extra stitch here. I know what's going on. It's okay, I can fudge. They're all blue colors. I will fudge. 1, 2, 1. It's okay. No one will notice. Susan says, I've tried avocado. It tastes like soap. How did you have your avocado? I have questions. Because I will give you the best way to try avocado if you've never had it. I think guacamole is great because everybody loves garlic, they love onions, etc. And you can, just use it as a dip for other things. So, or Susan, you're not vegan, so you can have mozzarella, right? Mozzarella, mozzarella, tomato, beef tomato, like big ones, you slice them, and avocado. Just slice them and stack them together. A bit of olive oil, okay, generous amount of olive oil, and or if you don't eat cheese, you can have just avocado and tomatoes, and and drizzle of olive oil, and some basil leaves. Oh my God, Susan, you're gonna fall in love with that dish. I promise. It's one of the best way to start the avocado journey. And also avocado toast. Oh, I forgot about avocado toast. One of my favorites. It's so simple. Just some avocado, and I tend to put cherry tomatoes, sliced cherry tomatoes on top as well. So simple. And some olive oil, sea salt, done. And Nido says you can also make avocado chocolate brownies. Oh, chocolate avocado brownies. Avocado becomes the substitute for butter, right? So you add flour as well. I can totally see that because avocado, if you don't if you don't want to use dairy, it's a very good cream substitute. Yes, it's magic. It's avocado magic. I love avocado on toast. Janine says soap. What regarding Susan's comments about avocado tasting like soap? But that's exactly the same reaction I have with your description of kale. Just think about it. Just think about it. It's exactly the same. I'm outraged by the fact that Janine does not understand the flavor, the beauty of kale. Colleen says, I wonder if the avocado has cilantro. Oh, what is it? Coriander. And that will make you taste like soap to some people. I don't think that avocado does that because cilantro is well, it's coriander here. It's actually there's a physical difference between people because I know that because I have done 23andMe. During COVID, we were really, really bored. So we were trying to, me and Mr. Yogi, we were trying to discover whether we're descendant of Cleopatra or something, royalty. Nothing, extraordinary happened. But in the process, we got a report on, our gene and DNA and stuff like that. There's one element in our DNA that literally determines whether you like cilantro, what is it? Cilantro is coriander. Whether you like coriander or not, literally is determined by your gene, by your DNA. So I don't think that exists with avocado. So no excuses of avocado. If avocado tastes like soap for you, that's probably the fact that your avocado actually has soap your avocado, maybe on a dip, on a plate or something. No, literally, because with cilantro, with coriander, there's a scientific reason why it tastes like soap for people. There isn't such a thing for avocado, okay? And you can't beat science, okay? Suzanne says the nut butter really whips up like a mousse. Nut butter is really magical as well when it comes to dairy-free cooking. And, peanut butter or almond butter, you can use it almost like a binder to bind everything together. It's really, really good. You don't need to use anything fancy. Andrea says, I have vegan banana peel bacon. What? What is that? What? Andrea says, I've had vegan banana peel bacon. What is it? You mean banana skin turned into bacon? Andreas, I don't know which vegan restaurants you went to. How do you turn banana skin into bacon? I have no idea. I have had fake bacon though. Oh, that was weird. It was at a hotel that we went to, and they go, "Oh, you're vegan? No problem. We serve vegan breakfast, English breakfast." And lo and behold, they serve 2 slices of bacon-looking thing. I don't know what it's made of, plastic. They literally look like bacons with the coloring and everything, but I don't know what it's made of. Probably nothing natural right there. And yeah, they just serve them like they're bacon. Mixed feeling for me. I was so confused. But banana skin bacon, I have never heard of that. And yes, Suzanne is a big fan of nut butter as well. So am I. I love peanut butter to start with, but I love almond butter, cashew butter. I use all sorts. Lona, hello. Lona says, hello, Yogi and Stitchy friends. Lona, late for the class. I hope you're well, and I hope Mum is well. Great to see you. Suzanne says, thing is, Alex is Suzanne's, son, okay, a big boy, 18 now, right? And Suzanne says, the thing is, Alex cannot eat a lot of stuff, so we have to make do. So that's great. If Alex, his appetite is not big, that means that you have to give him very potent, high nutrient food. And avocado, nut butter, all these things are great. They're high nutrient, a lot of, packed with nutrient. And very often if I have peanut butter, I'm literally not hungry like for an entire day. Andrea says, I've had sweet potato brownie as well. Yeah, sweet potato. I love sweet potato. It's one of those, really, really great food to eat as well. Let me have a sip of my coffee. There's so many great food, like, plant foods. Fantastic. And I love oats as well. I know we talked about porridge the other day, but I think oat, real oats, not like flakes, like rolled oats, is such a great whole food as well. Oh, Rachel, you're so lucky. Yes, Rachel is blessed with a lot of kitties and 2 new kittens as well. I hope they're doing well. They're looking really well. And I hope they enjoy their new home, forever home. Suzanne says best relish for chili is avocado, lime, and red onion. Oh, I can see that happening. I can totally see that happening. Yes, I love a little bit of a fresh. So chili is the stew chili, right? And avocado, lime, and red onion, definitely. It's a little bit like a guacamole, esque relish. I can totally see that. I can see that happening for curry as well. That will probably work for curry. Best friend says cauliflower pizza crust is actually something I found that I like, that you wouldn't expect it to taste like normal pizza crust, but for me it's actually better than thin crust pizza. Yes, I've heard of cauliflower pizza. I think it's quite popular. I've never tried to make it, but I can totally imagine. Because cauliflower is just delicious. And cauliflower, you can make really beautiful cauliflower mash as well, just like better than potato mash. Seriously. Lighter and more delicious. Wendy says, I went to get breakfast and you're all talking about healthy food as a snack. I'm having crumpet and jam with a cup of tea. That sounds lovely. Crumpet, I love crumpets as well. And I think, if I remember correctly, we talked about crumpets as well, because I don't think you have crumpets in America. Maybe something similar, but not quite the same. Crumpets is one of those really unique sort of bread. Sybil says, if you close your eyes and eat sliced avocado dipped in some soy sauce with wasabi, you can kind of trick your brain into thinking you're eating sashimi. Really? Like fish. So you have to close your eyes. Do you have to pinch your nose as well? But you know, avocado and soy sauce, they go really well together, because avocado doesn't have strong flavors by itself. It's not sweet, it's not savory, it's not, you know, one way or the other. It's more texture, and it has some sort of really grass, earthly, you know, flavor. So it goes really well with something that's strong flavor, like, you know, high salt ingredients, like maybe sea salt, obviously, but soy sauce is quite it's quite savory as well. And also it goes quite well, maybe if you eat cheese, maybe some strong cheese like cheddar or something, it'll work quite well, because it just counteracts with that texture, the creamy texture with strong flavor. But I'm but that's interesting, because it's the texture, I can imagine, is probably somewhat similar to raw fish. I'm not sure that's what you want necessarily. Susan, just give it another try, okay? I gave you the recipe. Just get some you know, tomatoes and fresh mozzarella, olive oil, and basil as well, basil leaves. Jeanine says, look, well, I started with the avocado. I know, things take off. We just need some keywords. Okay, Jeanine. That's normally what happens. And the chat just takes off. Sandra says, mash avocado with diced salmon and Greek yogurt mixed in. I can see that happening. I can see avocado goes with everything. Avocado is like champagne. It goes with everything. If you're a drinking person. Oh yeah, Suzanne. Yes, avocado on burgers with bacon. So good. Okay, if you're vegan, you can literally just do burgers with avocado. You know, avocado sandwich. Totally. You know, instead of, you know, a burger. Because mushrooms, very often, you know, portobello mushroom, those large ones, they're very often being used as burger replacements. And very often they incorporate avocado as well. So meaty mushrooms and avocado is literally like burger and cheese, isn't it? Because food is all about texture and flavors, the combination. It doesn't have to be one any particular ingredients. If you can get the texture and the flavors in the right combination, you can not tricking, but your taste bud would experience certain things that may or may not be that thing, you know. Chili tree branches. Stop. Outrageous. Outrageous. Nito says, suggesting to Janine's that you can try garlicky kale chips. Kale's they're delicious. I know, I know. I told a story about me making kale chips, didn't I? Maybe I shouldn't repeat again. But yes, I'm a big fan of kale chips as well. You just need to make sure that you wash kale leaves very carefully. Otherwise, it's delicious and so easy as well. You can oven bake or use a dehydrator. Jeanine, you know what? Actually, if I offered you some kale chips, you probably like it. You'll probably like it. It's like very light, savory, crunchy. Well, not crunchy as in crisps, but it's quite light and crunchy chips. Everybody likes that crunchy chips. You wouldn't know it's kale. Elisa says like kale, especially in soup. I like kale, especially in soups. Yes, kale makes really good soups. Kale makes really good stir fry as well, and kale makes very good salad. it's it's lovely. Kales are lovely. Elisa says, I feel like banana skin bacon is going too far. I'd like to know a little bit more about the banana skin bacon. Who came up with the story? Do they roast banana skin to make it crunchy? Is that how? Because crispy bacon is crispy. So are they just making try to make banana skin crispy? Can you eat banana skins? Is there any side effect, any downside? It's not toxic or anything. Why don't we eat banana skin? Other than the fact it probably doesn't taste great. But Lynn, hello Lynn. Lynn says hello, and Cynthia, better late than never. Yogi, Lynn, are you cheating on Yogi again? Have you been watching Komari again? Seriously, Lynn, be here on time for the class once, okay? Just once. Stop cheating on Yogi. And great to see you. And Lynn hasn't been here, so Susan has to do the cheese and cracker action for you, okay? I mean, Susan's very diverse. I mean, she can go chocolate, full-on chocolate. She can go ice lolly, and she can also go cheese and crackers. She's very talented like that. So. Susan says, Google says, under ripeness, rancidity, or genetic trait similar to the one that makes cilantro taste soapy. Really? But on my report, on my 23 and whatever report, and me report, there's no mentioning of avocado, but there is one specific element in our DNA that decides whether, cilantro actually tastes good or bad to you. And luckily, both me and Mr. Yogi, we are the cilantro people. We are coriander people, okay? We love them. And Lona says, sorry, I was late. Mom's RN came to check on her. That's lovely. And I hope Mom is doing well and recovering. And you are as well, Lona. And Suzanne says, Alex, favorite breakfast is banana, nut butter, dry mango, and a handful of almonds. That sounds like my breakfast. If I do eat breakfast, I don't eat breakfast, but if I want a snack, that sounds like my kind of snack. Definitely. Maybe minus mango, because I try to cut sugar whenever I can, even though now I'm eating some prunes. It's got some sugar. Because I feel a little bit funny when if I have too much sugar. But the other ones, the nut butter, the almonds, the banana, oh, definitely. That sounds like my breakfast. And Andrea says, you marinate the banana peels in spices and bake. I had rice paper and carrot bacon before. Andreas, first of all, are you vegan? And you're being very adventurous, you know, with bacon. Wow. With rice paper and carrot. Why carrot? And they turn it into bacon. I'm not particularly that crazy about bacon, but fair enough. So they literally just bake. So they marinate banana into some sort of flavors to disguise the banana flavor, and then bake it until maybe it's crispy. So banana skin can be eaten. It's okay, is it? Right, cauliflower pizza. Yes, it's quite popular. If you browse pizza recipes on YouTube, you find a lot of cauliflower crust recipes. It's a thing. Where am I here? I'm down here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. Very nice. I'm going to take another strand of 939. And this part is great for a chat, because if I'm doing like a lot of color changes, I can't focus on the chat. Lona says, did you have your chocolate? Yes, we've done chocolate time, but you're welcome to have your chocolate anytime. We keep you company. Alisa says, crumpets are different from English muffins, right? Yes, I remember the discussion we had. It's a little bit confusing because there is such a thing as English muffins as well, and also crumpets. They are very different. They taste very different. The texture is very different. But I think in America, what you call English muffins looks like, if I remember correctly, they look kind of a hybrid between crumpets and muffins. Because muffin over here, they don't have any, well, maybe when you cut open, there's some bubbles in the center, but on the surface, it's quite dense, okay? The outer skin. But crumpets is very different. Yes, probably have to Google to get an explanation. The texture is different. And also, because I tried to make crumpet before, the batters are very different. I mean, with crumpet, you make crumpets with butter, like quite runny butter. But I think English muffins, I don't know, I never tried to make English muffin. They're more bready. That's the best way I can describe it. I mean, you know, crumpets is quite bready as well, but. Andrea says, I went to a vegan food festival and tried several things. Okay, so you tried those at the food festival. It's not like you came across them randomly in the wild. I just remember the fake bacon I had in the hotel. Oh, Well, I don't think they're qualified to be food, to be honest. They look like plastic. But it was very kind for the hotel to offer that. It's just that I didn't know what I was eating. Heather House says, my husband was born in England and introduced me to crumpets. They're lovely. I know, I love crumpets. Love crumpets. And, sometimes if we actually have time for like breakfast, like a day off, we definitely get crumpets. There's something about it. It's just lovely. Because toast can be very functional. If you have a piece of toast, it's like you could be running around, getting ready for work, you have a piece of toast. But crumpets is like when you have a Sunday morning that you have an entire day free ahead of you and you just want a relaxing breakfast. That's when you have crumpets. Alisa says, so are we talking vegan or strict vegetarian? No, we're talking about everything. You can talk about seafood if you like. You can talk about calamari. But I'm vegan. That's why I mention it. So Sybil says, I didn't believe it either, but it's really convincing. Oh, regarding sashimi. Okay. So Sybil says, my dad said they ate avocado with soy sauce when they first immigrated because they couldn't afford to buy nice sashimi at a time. Seriously. But I would have thought, I don't know the price of fish nowadays, but avocado sometimes is not necessarily that cheap. Depends on when we're talking about. Because avocado now is considered kind of superfood, and they're not super cheap. They're not expensive as such, but sometimes they can charge you like £2 for a large avocado. Lucy says, I left the chat to eat supper when I came back on Yogi. You were poor that someone didn't like kale. I'm dying. I love food, Penny. Yes, I know. It's just the chat just, if you leave the chat for half an hour and come back, you wouldn't be able to recognize it. It's just like, what happened? It's like explosion. Very often we just change topics very quickly. Alisa says, I was strict vegetarian for several years, but I had to add meat back into the diet for health reasons. Yes, definitely. Everybody's body is made differently. And I think, health comes first. You have to feel well. And then the rest, you can make adjustments or live however you want to live. But without the health, good health, the rest is less important. And do not ever feel guilty about that, okay? I know a lot of people I came across, they used to be vegetarian for a while, particularly when they were students. They do it for whatever reason, for idealism or for health reasons or whatever, and then they had to go back to eating meat or whatever, or dairy, and they just feel like they failed. And why would you need to feel that? It's a choice. You make one choice at one point and you make another choice a different time. It's quite okay. Oh, Suzanne, I agree. Kale chips are so good. Ginny says, kale chips were super salty. I might try them. Yes, you sprinkle sea salt. And you know what, Ginny? Kale naturally is savory. You know, a lot of people go overboard with salt, but with kale, you have to be very careful. It's very similar to spinach. Spinach has got that natural savoriness, and even kale as well. So kale only needs a little bit of salt to kind of, you know, for the cooking process, and it's naturally slightly savory. Slightly savory. And kale, Janine, I bet if you didn't know, if I just offer you some nice kale chips, you are going to love them. I promise. Whoops. Oh no, I just destroyed this thread. Look, I made it fluffy. How do I save it? Can you see this? Can you see this bit? I was trying to do a little bit of reverse stitching and see what I've done. The poor thread. I think it might be weakened. Oh dear, yes indeed. The whole thing came off. Look. I'm so sorry, DMC. I destroy your thread. See what I've done? I was trying to reverse stitch and then never mind. I'll probably stitch over it and hopefully it's gonna stay there. Lola says, what? Lola says, your camera view of your pattern is not showing what you're doing. Oh, do you mean my, let me see. Is my app frozen again? I didn't even notice. Yes, it does freeze from time to time. Let me see if I can restart it, because sometimes I just give up. Like last stream, I restarted it 3 times. Yes, you're right. It's not refreshing. Let me see if I could do it again and come back here. Yes, it's been playing up a little bit. I don't know, it's my iPad or is it the software? Because most of the times it works. Let me restart my saga here. Okay. Let me try again. Well, there you go. Oh, Cheryl. Cheryl, sorry, I only managed to read it. Cheryl says, frustrating how Saga doesn't update anymore. Well, Saga is updating, is my view. On the screen doesn't. But I fix it because Cheryl is probably trying to watch every move Yogi's making. Because, oh, I should have known. I could have freestyle because it probably wouldn't know that I was doing that. Oh, I could have cheated. Damn. Yes. And now the view is back on. Let's see how long it lasts. I'm going to take another strand. I'm going to stitch in order, okay? I'm trying to fix this bit. I'm going to take another strand of 939. It's back on, Cheryl. Yay. I know, I love watching the app view as well when I watch people stitching. It's a shame the Komari doesn't have it on. Because I just love to watch how people make choices. You know, that working process that of stitch selection. Elisa says, I want to know who said I'm gonna try to make banana skin taste like bacon. I know, that's a strange jump, isn't it? It's like, other than the shapes, okay, the shapes I can kind of, see why someone will go, hey, the banana skin, it's kind of a waste. What can we turn them into? And someone go, hey, how about bacon? And the other person goes, wow, that's a genius. How do we do that? Maybe that's how it started. But I don't think it took off because I've never heard of it. I've never seen people doing that. Nido says, my rabbits are eating banana peels. So it's not poisonous or toxic, right? It probably just doesn't taste that good. But if you can disguise the color, the flavors, what else can you turn banana skin into? Because it's a little bit of a waste, isn't it? I eat a lot of bananas, but I throw my banana skins away. Where am I here? Okay. All the way to the right here. And cut this bit off. Clear the crime scene. Sola says, chimpanzees eat banana skins. Probably we can too. Yes, they probably eat a whole lot. Do they peel the skin off? They're quite clever. They probably go, don't fancy eating the skin. Andrea says, I'm more vegetarian. Occasionally I eat meat, but it's hard on my digestive system. Yes, I think, meat actually takes a lot of effort to digest. People don't know that. Because if you try to eat, a chunk of meat, your body is probably a little bit tired afterwards. Because it takes a lot to digest meat. Like pure protein, Nido says, I watch documentaries on the digestive health, and there was this guy who just ate peels and no insides of fruits. He said the peels are all the nutrients and inside is sugar. He's probably right. He's probably right, because if you think about, I remember someone explaining the fruit, skins of fruits and vegetables, because the skins are nature's designed to protect the fruit on the inside. So it has a lot of protective elements. I don't know whether it translates into eating, meaning that if you eat them, you get the kind of nutrients for protection for the plants. Maybe not necessarily, but the skins of fruits, they have a lot of special sort of nutrients. That's probably true. That's probably true. Lynn says, Yogi, you don't eat breakfast. You're quite right, Lynn. I don't. I don't normally have my first meal till sometimes late afternoon if I'm teaching. Sometimes I'll have a half a banana in between classes, but normally it's not breakfast time. Oh dear. Okay, I stitched 3 extra stitches. Oh, I'm a little bit worried. Oh, can I fudge? Because the last time, I was trying to reverse stitch and I destroyed the thread. Maybe I'll just leave these stitches. I did 3 extra that I shouldn't have. I blame the chat, okay? Because I'm just looking at the chat. Is it really hot where you are still, Lola? Elisa says, I have to remind myself to eat animal protein, but I was never vegan. I like my leather boot, cheese, sugar, honey, etc. too much. Well, that's fine. You know, you just have to be authentic and be honest with, you know, wherever you are. And I don't think anybody can criticize you for just being totally, you know, upfront about your life choices, right? And people can change their mind for whatever reason. Heather says simmering banana skin. What? Simmering banana skin for 20 minutes and drinking the water is supposed to help you sleep. I tried it. Tastes horrible. Heather, I think maybe they use the wrong term. I think you basically pass out if you drink something like that. Oh, I don't like the sound of it. You know, it's all very good using banana peels that, you know, without waste. But drinking banana skin, simmered banana skin. Right. But I think potassium from bananas in general, I think is probably helpful for sleep, doesn't it? I don't know. Potassium, what are the benefits? I think it probably calms your nerve system or something like that. But I probably wouldn't try that remedy. I sleep okay. I probably sleep, you know, too frequently. Yes, that's right. If you want to use banana skin, make sure you wash it. You wash the skin very, very carefully because you know, depends on how they're grown. There are all sorts of things on the skin. So I think that's the worry when it comes to, you know, fruit skins. You just need to wash it, clean it. Lona says, Yogi, I had cauliflower and broccoli with milk, with buttermilk, ranch dressing. Oh, that sounds lovely. We talked about ranch dressing the other day. I still don't know what it is. It sounds like sour cream dressing-ish. Yes, I can totally see that working. I love both cauliflower and broccoli. Jojo says, I've seen crumpets in my grocery store. I prefer to make my own and Welsh cakes as well. Welsh cakes? What are they like? But yes, you can make crumpets. I tried to make crumpet once, quite successfully as well. I was quite surprised. And it was an interesting process. You have to leave the batter to proof, so you get the bubbles. It was quite fun to do and delicious as well. But Welsh cakes, I cannot say that I'm that familiar with it. Lynn says, no breakfast, naughty Yogi. If you have breakfast, perhaps you could be as fast as my idol, Komari. Oh, Lynn, it hurts. Lynn, my heart is broken by what Lynn is saying. Lynn's saying, well, if I had breakfast, I would have been as fast as, you know, the magnificent Komari. I doubt it. I think I can have breakfast 3 times a day. I'm still me, okay, Lynn? Ouch. Yes, I don't have a habit of eating breakfast. I like to go empty stomach until afternoon. I function better that way. And I do know Komari has breakfast because every time she comes to our stream, she will go, hey, I'm eating breakfast and watching you at the same time. So I'm pretty sure she eats breakfast. So if you want to stitch as fast as Komari, eat your breakfast, okay? Yes, Janine, you will like crumpets. Yes, you will. So I'm slightly behind. Oh, Solar Wind is having Spooky Bingo 939. I'm still stitching it, so it counts, Solar Wind. Janine says, when I watch Gemma, it's like a game to see if she goes where I think she will go. Yes, I do. And particularly, she's using Pattern Keeper. It's even easier to see because you have to pre-select where to go. And I'm always interested. You know, it's like a chess piece, isn't it? Watching someone playing chess, Janine. It's like you kind of look at the stitches and go, if it was me, I would select these ones, and you kind of watch Gemma to see if she chooses the same ones. And I'm always surprised by her selection, so I'm learning a lot just watching her. Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. That's the fun, isn't it? And particularly her way of stitching as well is literally like a game of chess. Cheryl, yes. Yes, taking part, right? So I think the app is working now. And I'm counting on you as well. If I'm stitching incorrectly in the wrong spot, you know, I want you to raise the alarm. Dawn King, hello. Dawn says, banana skins are great for plants. Let them soak for a while in water, then use it for your plants. Oh, I prefer that option than drinking the boiled water. That doesn't sound that great to me. And Cheryl says, I just help. Oh, yes, I've just read that one. Yes, I think you can probably turn it into some sort of fertilizer or something. You can probably do that with a lot of fruit skin, like orange peels or whatever. Orange peels are lovely. I love, you know, when I'm eating my clementine or whatever, I would just peel the skin and smell it because that's literally essential oil. What essential oil is made of? The orange essential oil is basically all the goodness from the skin, not from the fruits themselves. And I love that skin. I love that smell. It wakes me up. If I ever felt, you know, like a little bit sluggish or whatever, I just, you know, sniff the freshly peeled bananas, orange skin, or clementine, any kind of oranges. And I think when it comes to essential oil, orange is probably one of my favorite. Rachel says, huh? Let me see. Let me have a look. Rachel says the kitten training is ongoing and for the stitching. Oh yes, desensitize them so they don't attack your webs. Very, very good. I think kittens are so curious, just like babies. They try to chew on everything to see if it's edible. And once they realize it's not edible, they probably try not to do it again. Lona, that's not true. I do not believe you. Lona says dogs think cat poo is a delicacy, but that doesn't mean I want to eat it because the dog will. What are we talking about here? I don't believe dogs think that. I think doggies are probably going to complain. They go, no, we know that's cat poo. We don't like it. Amanda, hello, Amanda. Who's having birthday dinner? Oh, for the oldest, for Amanda's child. Well, congratulations, happy birthday. I hope you had a great time. Heather says the banana sleep water. I'm not convinced. Heather says the banana sleep water recipe says use organic fruit. I don't think that's the problem, whether it's organic or not. Yes, drinking regular banana skin is probably not the best, not the best thing. So I think instead of falling asleep, essentially you just pass out because the taste is so funky. Ah, Jojo says Welsh cakes are like dense biscuits with currant. That's either baked or fried with no oil. How do you fry with no oil? Oh, I must try. I'm not sure if I can find Welsh cakes. I've never seen them around. So it's like biscuits, right, but quite dense and baked with no oil. Maybe that's why it's dense. Wow. With currants as well. That sounds lovely. So if it's like biscuits, why is it called cakes? Questions. So it's not cakey. Lynn says, Janine, crumpets with cheese and tomato under the grill, lovely. Yes, you can eat crumpets with any kind of toppings. Normally you have, because it's kind of the open thing with English the muffins, English muffins, you tend to open it up and put fillings inside, but crumpet is just open. It's like a piece of toast that you put toppings on top. You can have jam, you can have butter, kind of any kind of spread, which I think cheese. Yes, I've never tried crumpets with cheese, but yes, Janine, if you have a English baking cookbook, if it's definitely you probably have crumpets as well. You don't have to bake them. You pan fry crumpet, and surprisingly easy to make. You just need to get the batter right and allow it to proof for a little bit to bubble up, and you just pan fry them. So you don't need oven for it. See you later, Susan. Night night. I'll see you Thursday. Michelle says, Michelle has returned home from work. Congratulations. And it's full time. Yes, it's about full time. I know, Michelle, normally at this time we're just engrossed in full conversation. And I hope you're nice and relaxed as well. And we're talking about what to do with banana skins. I mean, a lot of stuff we just throw away. You know, we just never think about what we can do with them. Heather says, I made Welsh cakes. Really? So how do you fry them without oil? Do you just bake them? See you later, Suzanne, as well. Night night. Alisa says, did you know Oreo cookies are vegan? Yes, I did know. And I only learned that when I turned vegan. I remember one of the first things people said to me was, you know, when I told them that I went vegan, they go, well, you can eat Oreo cookies. So I learned that one of the first things, one of the first vegan food I learned. when I went vegan. And I think Oreo is unintentionally vegan, right? Because the cream bits in the middle, it's not really cream. It's kind of a strange kind of icing thingy that looks like cream in the middle. It's cheaper. That's what that is. But yes, if you're vegan, you can have Oreo cookies. And also the cookie part of it, doesn't contain dairy either, which is quite rare because a lot of biscuits, it's got butter or whatever. Janine, are you referring to Welsh cakes? From the sound of it, if it's like biscuit, biscuits over here is basically like cookies. So it's probably not pancake-like. It's more like cookies. Lynn says, Yogi, you have not had crumpets with cheese. I know. I bet it probably works because essentially we're talking about nice piece of bread, underneath. But first of all, I don't have cheese. But even with vegan cheese, for some reason, with crumpets, I like to have just some sort of a spread, some vegan spread, or with jam. I like my crumpets sweet. That's my go-to flavor with crumpets. So I rarely do sort of, well, if it's a spread, it's slightly savory, but the way I like crumpets tend to be on the sweet side. I have a little bit of a strawberry jam. Heather says you just fry Welsh cakes at low temperature, probably similar to crumpets. Oh, you pan fry them. Right. And you fry them dry with no fat, with no oil. So what is the texture like? Is it quite firm? Because if you're talking about biscuits, we're talking like slightly crunchy or crumbly, no? Or is it more like cakes? Like firm pancake or whatever? I need to investigate. I never thought about it. Welsh cakes. Jojo says you have to ask a Welsh person why they call cakes. They're fried on a non-stick griddle. Interesting. But why do they not fry them with fat? So it must be important for the recipe to not fry them with oil. So it's more like kind of oven baked. Interesting. And is this sweet or savory? Is this sweet? It sounds like a sweet thing. Elisa says it's hard to give up cheese for you, Yogi. I know several vegetarians have said that's why they can't go vegan. They just can't get past cheese. It's a weird thing because before I turned, because I went vegetarian first for a few years before I went vegan. So I was thinking about going vegetarian for a long time, for a few years, for some reason, the timing just wasn't right. And I'm glad that I didn't try to force myself to do it, because sometimes when you have a thought, you just want to do it right away. But I knew I wasn't ready because I love fish. Before I turned vegetarian, I love fish. So I knew I wasn't ready. And one day I just woke up and I go, well, I think I'm going veggie today. And I did. And I think, I never look back on fish or anything that's meat-based because I waited for the right time rather than so it wasn't a sort of intellectual process. I didn't go, well, I want to do it now because it's the right thing to do. And same thing when I went vegan as well. That was a few years after, maybe 3 years after I went vegetarian. To be honest, when I first went vegetarian, I was thinking, no chance. I'm going vegan because I love cheese. And I did. Not just cheese. I love dairy in general. I love eggs. I loved, cream, that kind of things. And so I thought, well, that's fine. I'm just happy being vegetarian, and that's fine. That, I wasn't deliberately, trying very hard to go vegan or something like that. But that some seeds were planted in my mind, similar to being vegetarian for, thinking about it for a few years until I went for it. So again, one morning I just woke up. I need to, well, something happens when I wake up in the morning. I just made decisions. I just woke up one morning, a few years after, and I go, I think I'm going vegan today. That's literally it. It wasn't a sort of major decisions. No, I didn't think about it the night before. I just went, hey, I think today it feels like it's the right day. And that's it, really. So I loved fish. I loved dairy before that. But I think I just allowed my inner self to be ready. So I'm not doing it out of any kind of external pressure. I'm not doing it out of the sense of, oh, I have to be this type of person or that type of person. Literally, I just had a thought, and I had a direction, and I had no timetable. I just went, at some point, I'm going to be doing that. I hope, maybe. I wasn't putting any kind of deadline or pressure on myself, and kind of just allowed that to happen. So when I was ready to do it, my whole body, I think every single cell of my body was ready, because it's not an intellectual process. I just let it happen. So, so to your question, yes or no, I love cheese, but it has never been hard for me to not eat meat, to not eat dairy. Mr. Yogi is actually more vegetarian. When we're eating together, mostly vegan, he's totally fine with it. But sometimes you have some cheese, and sometimes I still appease just to remember what cheese tastes like. Dairy cheese tastes like. But that's it. I don't need it. So it's a strange process, because literally, I just do whatever feels right. So no, I think when you do it, when you're fully convinced, not just your mind, but your body as well, then it's easy. I think when you have conflict, it normally means that maybe the timing is not right just yet. Maybe never. Who knows? It doesn't matter. 823. I'm going to take another 823. And as I always say to people, because a lot of people go, well, I love to be, vegetarian or vegan because I think it's the right thing to do. Do not do it just because you think it's the right thing to do, because it's a mind process. It's a kind of intellectual process. It doesn't work like that. If you're not done with dairy, if you're not done with meat, just, continue eating them. You don't need to do anything, you don't have to go vegan or vegetarian to be a good person. You can be a very good person without doing these things. So it's just one of the things that, people choose to do. That's it. Elisa, Elisa says, I know, I'm always so hungry after Yogi's life. I know. We talk about foods around the world, and we're always learning new foods, don't we? So it's very helpful. Betty Hankins says, I've seen people dry out banana peeling, then smoke them. I wonder if they made them high, really? They must be so desperate to smoke banana skin. Well, who knows? I think if you smoke anything, it'll probably make you high or dizzy. It'll probably make you dizzy. Jojo says Welsh cakes contain butter, but when cooked, get a bit of crust. They're slightly sweet, not cookie-like. Oh, I'm trying to imagine it. Is it like soft cookie? So I'm just trying to imagine. So, and how do you cook the cookies? Do you cook them from raw dough or some sort of dry dough, like cookie dough? Interesting. I must investigate. So it's sweet. Lynn says, Yogi, my partner is my partner's foot is bruised, black, where naughty Molly trod on it. Still? It's been days. Oh dear, I think Molly just alternating from you and your partner and try to injure you one at a time, maybe both at a time. Oh naughty Molly, seriously. I know, maybe the food, maybe complaints with food, but there's no reason to injure, your mummy and daddy. That's not nice, Molly. Be nice. I bet Molly's lovely. I had a cat called Molly. I mean, Dolly's sister was Molly. And I think all Mollys are lovely. Heather says Welsh cakes are slightly sweet and like dense cakes. Okay. About the size of crumpets. Interesting. Let me Google. I just want to see what it looks like. Welsh, and I'm going to share it with everybody, okay? Welsh cakes. I don't think I've seen them around. Oh, hang on, guys. This is not what I had in mind. I was thinking more like biscuits. No, this is Welsh cake. Have a look. Very crumpet-like, almost like what is it called? I've seen cakes like this in the supermarket. They're not called. What are they called? I'm trying to see. They're called something. I've seen something like this at a local supermarket. I'm not sure it's the same thing. They're called. I'm pretty sure. So they've got raisins and stuff, don't they? Like a dry fruit. What are they called? I've seen these at a supermarket. I'm pretty sure they're not called Welsh cakes. They're called something else. What are they? Any suggestions? I've seen these in the packet before. Very, very similar. Yes, I've definitely seen something like this. I've never bought them. They're kind of sweet. Grace says English muffins, but these are sweet. These are sweet. Muffins, they tend to, well, you can make them sweet as well, but a lot of times English muffins you have with like, scrambled eggs and whatever as fillings. These, I've definitely seen very similar things at a supermarket. And I thought you probably just buy them and eat them cold, just like cakes. I didn't know you need to fry them. What are they called? Some sort of fruit thingy. I bet it's not Welsh cake, because otherwise I would have noticed. They're kind of pancakey, yes. So it's more cakes, yes. I think they're more cakey than biscuits. Now I know what it is. Jojo says, Lynn, have you considered having a manners heart-to-heart with Molly? I think Molly is definitely, having some sort of experience, some sort of inner rage and taking out on Lynn and her partner as well. Because I saw horses were very peaceful. Maybe, I know, Lynn. I know the reason. Because Molly is lonely, Molly probably needs a gentleman friend. Can you get Molly a gentleman horse? Molly is all on her own. Oh, I got you, Molly. I get it. Molly needs a gentleman friend. Come on. Lynn, you know, help her out there. Molly's lonely. That's it. Molly just needs to go on a date. Chivers, hello. And Elisa says, what? That's awesome. What is? Oh, sorry, it's a bit disjointed because it probably replied to something else I said. Elisa says, I listened to podcasts done by Colleen Patrick, and a surname I would not dare to pronounce. She has such a good information. Oh, regarding probably the topic we're talking about, being vegan and whatever information. Jojo says, I have not assigned any dietary label to myself. I eat when I like, but avoid processed food and only eat beef rarely. I don't like the tough, bitter taste of kale. Jojo! It's not bitter. It's delicious. Oh, Shara, are you referring to crumpet batter? Yes, crumpet batter is quite runny. And Lizzie says, Welsh cakes are delicious. Lizzie, are they different names for Welsh cake looking things? I'm pretty sure I've seen these in the supermarket, but I'm pretty sure they're not called Welsh cakes. These ones. I'm pretty sure I've seen very similar things. Maybe slightly thicker, but kind of muffin looking thing, but you know they're sweet and they've got like raisins and dried fruits. Maybe not identical, but very, very similar. I'll probably try to look them up when I go to supermarket next. I'm pretty sure I've seen those. Just never occurred to me to buy them. Hey, Dolly, babe, how are you? Oh, Jojo loved them. Yes, I'll probably try to look them up. Christina, hello. Frederick says pancake. Alisa, you didn't offend anybody. Don King says they look delicious. I can imagine. Yes, I can totally imagine. So it's slightly fluffy, cake-like texture with raisins. You can't go wrong with that, you know? And do you spread anything on top, or do you just eat them like that? Do you spread jam or anything? Butter? Jojo says I eat them warm or cold. Yes, I think anything, you know, all baked items can be enhanced with a little bit of a warming up. Lynn says, Molly's lovely. It's just unfortunate accident. Well, too frequently, you know, Lynn. I think she's protesting about something. You need to listen to the message, okay? I think Molly just needs a gentleman friend. Monique is eating as well while listening to us. And Monique's having rice and meatloaf. So yummy. Did you make it yourself? Lynn says, Yogi, Molly has horses in the next field to her, but can she play with them? What do you mean next field to her? Like someone else's horse, like neighbor horse, horse neighbor. I don't know. No, I think Molly needs a gentleman partner. Jackie James says looks like a scone to me. You know, Jackie, in fact, that's right. I think what I saw was a kind of sweet scone. Exactly. That's the word I was looking for. The version I saw, they're thicker. Yes, they're scones, aren't they? They're like sweet scones, because scones can be savory and sweet as well. I'm pretty sure that the version I saw, they were probably scones. You're quite right. Who was that? Jackie James. Because they were thicker. Yes, they were scones, exactly. That's it. So are they different? Do they taste different from scones with dry fruits? If they're very similar to scones, then I get it. So thank you, Jackie. That was what I was looking for. Fruitcakes. Lona says fruitcakes. It's got dry fruit, but I think it's maybe a little bit more dense. If we're talking about similar texture to scones. Scones can be quite fluffy as well, but probably slightly denser than regular cakes. Monique says, moon pancakes. What are moon pancakes? Johnny cakes. What is a Johnny cake? Well, are we discovering a new snack? Monique says Johnny cakes. What are Johnny cakes? Lizzie says, are you referring to Welsh cakes? Lizzie says, just a dusting. So no topping, no jam, no nothing. Just dusting of custard sugar. They're lightly spiced. Oh, so it's spicy as well. What kind of spices? Cinnamon. So they're lightly spiced, so have a flavor and do not need jam or any kind of topping. So that's different from scones, right? Scones, you always have some sort of cream, jam, whatever, butter. So it's spicy as well. That's a little bit different. I'm going to look up the ingredients later on. And do you eat them with a cup of tea? Jojo says scones are less dense. Okay, so now I'm getting it. It's getting closer. So it's kind of like scones, but more dense. And you do not eat them with jam or any kind of topping, no cream, just lightly warmed up, toasted with no oil, like, and with a cup of tea. I get it now. And it's slightly spicy as well. That's the part I have to imagine. So maybe like cinnamon flavor or something. I don't know what kind of spice it's got. But it's firmly sweet, right? Rather than savory. So tea or coffee. I can see that happening, yes. So very similar looking to scone. Maybe a little bit thinner. And I'm pretty sure we've talked about scones in America as well. I think it's probably got very similar. Oh, I know. In America, I think scones, the closest thing to scones would be like something you call biscuits, right? Because I've seen American biscuits, they look like scones. But I'm not sure if it's identical. Oh, my work mode is completely gone. I forgot to turn it back on. Ciro is going, no, where's the work view? Let me do these ones. Monique, oh, Mom made dinner tonight. How nice. I love it when someone cook dinner for me. It feels special doing it. I mean, feeding people is one of the best things you can, offer to people. That's why, it's a shame if someone doesn't cook at all, because there's nothing better than that. Lola says, we have scones in America. Are they identical? Dawn King says, in America, scones are popular around the St. Patrick's Day. Personally, I think they're very dry. Really? But most of the time, you have some sort of jam or cream on top, like a thick cottage cream. Not saying that's good for your health, but, your scones are not going to be dry. Janine says scones are much denser than biscuits, American biscuits. Interesting. Yes, I think, and American biscuits, are they always savory? Because the only times I ever see biscuits being offered, they're like a Sunday roast type of situation. When they have like biscuits as they eat them like sort of bread substitute or something. And they're savory. Do you have sweet biscuits? And they're more fluffy compared to scones. Yes, scones can be, well, it depends. If you have them kind of freshly baked from bakeries, some of them can be quite fluffy, but it's slightly on the dense side. I understand it. But if you buy those ready packed, sort of in packet, they tend to be a lot more dense. It's just the way it is. Dawn King says they definitely need something on top. So that's interesting because just from, the description of Welsh cakes, it sounds like it could potentially be a lot drier than scones, but they do not eat them with any kind of topping or spread. So they probably have to wash it down with a cup of tea or coffee. Otherwise, you probably, it's probably a little bit tricky. Lona says, I don't put anything on my scones. Oh, you're being very good. You know, particularly if you go to like a tea houses, if you go to like countryside, if you go on holidays, oh, if you go to the tea houses, they put so much. They give you so much sort of clotted cream and jam as well. I know it's a little bit naughty, and particularly if you go to countryside. I remember going to like you know, small villages around Cotswolds. They're not kidding with their butter, okay? They, I saw local people, or maybe smaller towns. If you go to tea houses, they would spread, because if I ever spread any kind of spread, you know, there are a lot of like olive oil spread or whatever you can spread on toast. On warm toast, if you spread your spread, whatever it is, butter or vegetarian, a vegan spread or whatever it is, it melts, right? Because the toast is warm, and whatever you put on top tends to melt, you know, the butter spread or whatever it is. But if you go to some places, they spread is so thick, even warm toast cannot melt through the butter. That's that's a local standard there, okay? They're not kidding around with the butter. You have to be able to see the butter for it to count, okay? If it melts, just add some more. All right. Monique says, I love vanilla and blueberry scones. Yes, I can imagine that. I can imagine that, because a lot of times the sweet version, they tend to have either raisins or some sort of berries, you know, cranberries or whatever, I think. Or blueberries. I think blueberries. I'm not sure if I've seen blueberry scones. They're more commonly seen for muffins. But I'm sure they're blueberry scones. Andrea says, I've had honey biscuits, which are sweet. Well, oh, so biscuits, we're talking about American biscuits, right? American biscuits, the sweet version with honey. Oh, I see. But do you drizzle on top on plain biscuits? Or you have honey inside biscuits? Well, I suppose it's just like sugar, isn't it? Jeanine says biscuits are usually savory and like bread rolls, but buttery and fluffy. Right? Yes, that's what I saw. Normally, it's kind of Sunday roast kind of situation that you have biscuits. So they're probably eaten very similar way to Yorkshire puddings, right? So it's kind of just carbohydrate to go with roast, something like that. Clara says, I don't put anything on my scones either. Really? Plain scones? That's very disciplined, because scones just begging to have some cream and jam. I don't put cream necessarily, but jam. Yes, I like my jam for my crumpets as well. And that's why I can't have a lot of it, because the sugar will just do me in. Lona says, I like blueberry scones. I'm not sure if I've seen blueberry scones. Most of the time, it's kind of dry fruit or currant sort of, yes. Where should I go? Here. This part is begging me to fill it up. Rachel Morton says, I've never seen a biscuit with pot roast. Ever? Never? Really? You mean like a roast dinner? Isn't that when you have biscuits, American biscuits? No? So when do you eat them? And Lizzie 99, sweet dreams. Great to see you. Lisa says, usually I eat roast with pot roast. So pot roast is like Sunday roast type thing. Is it? Is that the same thing? Rachel says, you want to get a feel for Southern idea of biscuits. Google buyongos, chicken. Is that how it's pronounced? And biscuits. And just check that out. Oh, sounds lethal. Buyongos, chicken. So Southern, is it? Elisa says biscuits are usually 4 in the morning. Really? So American biscuits we're talking about. American biscuits like scones. So it's a breakfast item. Is it? So you don't eat them for main meals. Andrea says honey biscuits are sweetened with honey and then honey drizzle over. Oh, double honey. And then I've even had them fried in oil, then honey drizzles. You can't go wrong with deep fry and then some honey on top. Wow, that's full on. Dawn King says pot roast needs a good crusty bread for sopping. Oh, for the juices and gravy, whatever. So pot roast is like Sunday roast type thing, like roast dinner. So you do eat biscuits with main meals, not just breakfast. Or maybe it varies depending on where you are. Lynn says, Yogi, look up Welsh cakes, easy to make. Yes, I'll definitely look into the ingredients because someone mentioned the spicy as well. I want to know what kind of spice are we talking about. Are we talking about nutmeg or cinnamon? What are we talking about? One, two, three. Oh, thread chicken. So not a lot of parking today, mostly because there's so many stitches for each color. I just end up stitching until the end. 1, 2, 3. Oh dear. Let me. Don't know what's happening here. Why do I have this bit sticking up? DMC really doesn't like to be reverse stitched. Every time I try to tease it back, it goes fluffy. Andrea says, I like blueberry lemon scones. Lemon scones? And vanilla glaze. I've never seen lemon scones. Well, I bet it's just like muffins. You can probably make them into different flavors, but I've mostly only have eaten plain ones that I put toppings. You know, I put jam or whatever on. And also cheese scones. I have had cheese scones. Like it was a vegan place as well. There used to be a vegan bakery that I knew, and they do really, really lovely vegan cheese scones, like savory ones, and onion flavor scones. I know it's not most common. Oh, hang on. Why do I have? Okay. That one I haven't done yet. I'm going to take another 823. Sky stitching. Nice sky stitching today. I really enjoy it. I love the strong colors. 823. Rachel says biscuits for dinner. Yes, but think Cracker Barrel. Feel free to Google. So many things to Google, Rachel. I don't know what they are. Andrea says bread rolls go with pot roast. Yeah, I suppose. Lona says biscuits with sausage gravy. Interesting. And do you have Yorkshire puddings in America? I think I just opened another can of worms. 1, 2, 2 over here. 1, 2. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm so lost. I'm really lost. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Okay, I did one extra stitch. That's why. That's why the whole thing just looked weird. Okay, I know what's happening now. Yes. And I did one extra stitch here. That's why the whole thing doesn't match. Clara says, when you have chicken and rice casserole. Oh, so that's what pot roast means. So we're not talking about like a roast beef dinner or something. Pot roast, as in the pot. Christina says, I have biscuits for breakfast. So I suppose they can probably be a sort of breakfast item or some sort of bread thingy. Bread substitute. Well, not substitute, but. Oh, Rachel just introduced a new thing in the chat. I don't know what, I can't even pronounce it. Clara says, East Rose with roast. What's East Rose? East Rose, as in East. But all breads have East. So why East? They were made with East. Don't say some off. All this food talk made me hungry for supper. Enjoy your supper, Dawn. I know. And normally when we have, talking about food and everything, I go to bed. It's like past midnight. Sola says American biscuits are traditionally for breakfast, but sometimes they're baked on top of casseroles or stew. You mean literally from raw dough being baked on top? I can imagine that. I've probably seen something like that. Do they just put raw doughs on top of like a really thick stew or casseroles, and they're kind of baked at the same time? Oh, I can see that happening. I can see that happening. Andrea says, one time I had biscuits in chocolate gravy in Mississippi. Oh, but savory dish, right? Because chocolate can be used for savory cooking as well. Mississippi. That sounds right. So I'm going to end this one here. I know. Every time we talk about food, time just flies. And now it's past 12 midnight. No idea. This one's A23. I forgot to park completely. I just ended the thread. So essentially, I'm doing cross country. You're quite right, Ginny. Janine says, yes, biscuits are very popular with breakfast, but I eat them for dinner often as well, probably because I like them. Yes, I suppose you can eat however you want it. You know, if you like it, you can do it that way. Nothing can stop you. If I wanted to, I can have, I'm trying to think, crumpets with, I don't know, what would be the most controversial way of eating crumpets? Eating them with kale. How's that? A20. Okay, A20 is going to be my last color. Last color. As usual, time flies when we're talking about, you know, when we're engrossed in chat. Let me have a look. So that one. I'm trying to catch up. And Betty says biscuits with white gravy in the morning. What is white gravy? Oh, I feel resentful. Now it's 12:30 midnight in the UK, and we're talking about really interesting stuff that I've never heard of before. What's white gravy? Is it like made with flour and cream or butter or something like that? Like white sauce? Jean says white sausage. Why? What's happening with all this white food suddenly appearing? What is white sausage? Sausage made of what? Like white meat, like chicken? Is it? Rachel says we eat biscuits with fried chicken for main meals. Breakfast, biscuits with fried chicken. All right. Sawmill gravy. No, I don't know. Janine says no Yorkshire pudding. Oh, that's one thing that, well, you can probably make them, can't you? It's a little bit of, you know, hassle to do because you really need very high heat with a lot of fat, which is probably not everybody's, you know, cup of tea. Sola says biscuits don't have yeast. They're baked. Oh, they're baking soda instead. I'm trying to think. Scones. Do you need yeast for scones? Maybe you're quite right. Maybe it's a little bit like soda bread. I can't remember. I don't think I've ever tried to make scones. I'm not sure. Do you use yeast in scones? Because soda bread, for instance, is literally soda bread. The texture is different when you bake with soda bread versus yeast. Yes, Lynn likes cheese scones. I like cheese scones as well. Cheese flavored. Janine, what is waffles? Oh, I have a feeling there's savory waffles, right? Well, waffles are not really that popular over here, but I get the idea. So waffles the ones made with waffle machines, right? Like the mold. I'm so resentful that I have to, like end this conversation very soon. I'm fascinated. But I'll be here till 5 a.m. if I go on. Poppy seeds scones. But that sounds, hang on. Sola says, I love lemon and poppy seed scones. That sounds like muffin to me. That's a very classic muffin flavor. Poppy seeds and lemon. So it's kind of like muffins, really. Passion. Passion is introducing another key word. Passion says, on those dumplings. Dumplings. Oh, that's right. I know what passion's referring to. Passion's referring to those scones made on top of casseroles. They're more like dumplings. Oh dear. Yes, I can see why you're thinking that. Maybe that's what I saw. I'm not sure. But I've seen people cooking some sort of dough-like thingy on top of a pot as they cook the stew or casserole. What's the difference between casseroles and stew? Chicken and dumplings. And Betty says, like I like some sugar in my gravy. Oh, right. I blame my dad and his dad say how they got me to eat. But I think a lot of savory dishes actually have a little bit of sugar, just like a lot of sweet baking recipes. They have a pinch of salt because I think they kind of work with each other, don't they? Sweet dishes, if you add salt to sweet dishes, it tastes sweeter. And maybe it's the opposite as well. I think the sugar just round the savory taste a little bit. So it's quite common to add a little bit of sugar in savory cooking. I'm going to do a few more stitches here. So let's say stew is more like a soup, but thicker than soup. Yes, stew I know, but stew, what's the difference between stew and casserole? Isn't casserole quite thick like stew? Or maybe they're cooked different way. Yes, soup can be runny soup and very thick soup as well. So I notice it's made differently, right? Those two. I'm going to do one more because I can just keep going till 5 a.m. Sawmill gravy. Dear, dear. Sola says, luckily when I sign off on being Yogi's chat, it's dinner time. And I'm going to bed. Okay? I have to dream about food. Grace says, I put salt on my watermelon. Yes, I think it's actually quite common to put a sprinkled bit of salt to make fruits sweeter. Not very common here, but I've seen it done in other countries. I think it's just those wisdoms that people have, just, to make things more tasty. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me just do one more. That was supposed to be my last stitch, but I'm gonna maybe just do 2, just that one as well, to make it complete. Andrea says stew is usually cooked on top of the stove. Casseroles are more baked in oven. Oh, right. So it's more of a cooking method. Yes, stew, you can just cook it on a hob, like a pot. But casserole, okay, so casserole is baked stew, really. And casserole is normally quite thick as well, isn't it? So it's more of a cooking method. That's different. I'm going to end this one here. I'm actually wide awake. I'm not sleepy at all. What? Lona says salt on watermelon, which I have seen people doing. Pepper on cantaloupe. That I've never heard of. Pepper. Cantaloupe is like melon, isn't it? Are they different? No, I'm going to ask any more questions. What's the difference between cantaloupe and melon? No idea. And why pepper? I don't know. But I know some melons are eaten, maybe 70s. People used to have like melon with like dry meat, like some sort of cured meat, isn't it? Like savory and sweet. Just like in the 70s. I think in the 70s, people like the sweet and savory a lot. Because if you think about it, they used to have like pineapples and cheese, right? Sweet and savory. And they had maybe some sort of melon with cured meat. That's sweet and savory as well. I think they just liked sweet and sour. Well, not sweet and savory a lot back in the 70s or 60s. Was it 60s or 70s? Something like that. Well, there you go, guys. Have a look. I think I've done a lot today while chatting vigorously about food and all things food. Passion says, now I want roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Yes. And those are the things that you can't just, can you have frozen Yorkshire pudding ready-made, or do you have to make them yourself? I'm not the biggest Yorkshire pudding person. I can't remember the last time I had them, but normally you make them like fresh, don't they? Can you buy frozen ones and pop them in the oven? Because these are not the food that you can make easily, like roast beef as well. It takes time, doesn't it? So, and Elisa says casseroles are not wet. Sing macaroni cheese. Really? So casseroles is not soupy. Can you not have because casserole in my mind is a very thick stew. So macaroni and cheese is not casserole in my mind. That's more like quite dry. Well, not dry, but no sauce whatsoever. Casseroles, I just have this image of having very sort of a lot of sort of sauce involved. Yes, needles, melon with prosciutto or some sort of dried meat. That's very 70s, isn't it? So for some reason, they kind of really, they like sweet and savory back then. So cantaloupe is a melon and it's gross. Cantaloupe is not gross. Which one is gross, cantaloupe or kale? Janine. Here we go, guys. And Yogi needs to go to bed. And I'm actually wide awake, actually. I'm just finding cooking so interesting because the same thing, a lot of times, each country has its own variation, but with some twists as well. And I love cooking. So, I just find the conversation really, really fascinating. And I'm sure this is going to come back next time or very soon. So guys, this is what I've done today, mostly cross country, not a lot of parking. Okay. And I really enjoyed it. It's very straightforward stitching and really wholesome, really solid colors here. And I'm going to share with you my stitches. Okay. And hopefully, I don't know whether I had a visit of Yomari, but fingers crossed. And so let me just show you in a markup, okay? And this is what I've been stitching going from upper right there. And this is a beautiful piece by Ciro Marchetti, and it's called Sleep Time, and really appropriately named. And I'm going to show you the number of my stitches. Guys, are you ready? I know We're thinking cantaloupe. What? Passion says cantaloupe and cottage cheese is quite good. That sounds like very retro kind of flavor, isn't it? Janine says no sauce in casseroles. Really? Right. So it's like a roast dish. So, right. Here we go. So guys, I'm going to count to 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Are you ready? 800 Solar. Yes. Solar has won. I'll guess my stitches tonight. Guys, what? Guys. Refresh iPad, refresh. It's not refreshing. I need to show you this number. Alisa says 5 million stitches. My my iPad just decided to die. Hang on. I need to show it to you. Okay, I need to show it to you. Let me try again. Let me go back and then bring on my stitches. See if it will refresh. Otherwise, I'll have to show you the iPad. Okay, because it's important. It's important, guys. Okay, it doesn't want to show it. That's okay. That's okay. I'll show you the iPad itself. All right, guys, are you ready? Okay, we have 400, 347, 375, 380, 370. Guys, you are very, very close. Have a look at my number here. Dun, dun, dun. 399, nearly 400. When was the last time I did nearly 400 in 4 hours? Never. You know, once I did marathon, I did 10 hours. I did 600, something like that, 650. Yes, Grace, exactly. I think Yomari has visited me again today. It's a little visit, you know, like Yomari is like a stitching fairy, right? Solar, yes, Solar is the closest, 1 stitch away from the number, yes. And so Solar has won today for the unofficial Guess My Stitches. Yeah, well done. Solar is on fire today. And yes, only 1 stitch off. Very, very nice. And Passion says, food talks, got your fingers moving. I know, I just keep going. I forget to park. No park threats whatsoever, okay? And also, this area is relatively friendly with the color changes, so that probably helps as well. But I'm really impressed. I'm getting faster. I think since the birth of Yomari, okay, my alter ego, and I have you know done quite well with stitch count, haven't I? So thank you guys. And if you weren't here when I said mentioned tomorrow, and tomorrow I do have classes. Okay, they've been booked for ages. So I'm going to do them. And but for going forward, we're going to reduce the evening classes so we get to stitch more frequently together. I really enjoy it. It's like so food for me chatting with you guys. And it's just free roam. You know, we can go anywhere with our chat and we learn so many things and it's entertaining as well. So thank you all for your contribution. And I hope for those of you who have been lurking and listening, you had a great time as well. And so tomorrow we don't have stream. I'm sure someone somewhere is going to do a stream, maybe Suzanne as well. And so go join her, okay? And I'm going to catch up with you on Thursday. And I'm back here for a round of stitching. So thank you guys. It's 15 minutes to 1 o'clock midnight. Yogi signing out from sleepy London town. And I will see you on Thursday. Okay, so be good. And do not get injured by Molly, okay, Lynn? Promise me. And I will see you on Thursday. Night, night, everyone. Bye-bye.